And it wouldn't have been possible without every single one of you creating time to be here. So the game is pretty simple, and what we're going to do is tunataka to imagine. Sawa, fungueni imaginations. Zimefunguka? All right, cool. So I want us to imagine tuko in the middle of an ocean, and we're on a boat. And every single thing that we do or don't do, ndo ita determine whether or not you're getting to the shore safely. So you really have to listen to the instructions very well. If you don't listen to the instructions very well, tuta capsize and we'll all die. So how many of you want to die right now? Exactly. Not me as well. So here are the instructions. And I say, scrub the deck. Tuna scrub. Sawa sawa. Ebu scrub the deck. Let's go down, everybody. Aya, good. Aha, napenda venye watu wameanza kulia. Ai, why? I see. All right, set the sail. Set the sail ni hivi, set the sail. Tuvute nanga. Captain's coming. Finally, it's here. Captain's coming. So listen to the orders very carefully, because if you don't get the orders right, umededi. Sawa. Na tumededi na wewe. So, are you guys ready for us to begin this again? All right, let's try it. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Kuja. Watu wamesha bant. Atusa bant na nyeti. Atusa kuva juu yenu. So if you bant again, unaingia ndani kama Jonah. Tunakutupa. Sawa. So sasa kazi yako ni kujaribu kuangalia kina nani pia watabanta hapa ndani. Sawa. So stay with me, okay? All right, let's do this. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Come, Lihanda. Kuja ndani. We said we won't die for nobody. No one. Okay, we are not the people who'll take a bullet for you. Let's try this again. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Kuja. Ona scrub wapi. Ona scrub sayo. Hata vai kwa na scrub. Nani mwingine? Come. Tutadedi to him. I really want to see the last soldier standing. If you're all going to die or if you're going to be safe in your hands. So let's try it one more time. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. 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 Captain's coming. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Kuja, babe. All right, let's do this again. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Kuja tu. Mimi sijui deck yako inafanya nini huku juu. Guy, tunaenda kudedi vibaya. Mnaona like watu kidogo wamebaki na maji naongezeka. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. 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 Kuja. Uko opposite. Uko scrub the deck. Set the sail. Kuja. You are doing the complete opposite. Kuja tu. Higher. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Kuja choki It was like a very tiny sleep at the very last moment. So be careful, guys. You're the only remaining surviving soldiers or sailors in this case. This is a do or die affair. We either make it alive or we die. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Set the sail. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Kuja. Hoof. And now, 5 people remaining on the ship. This is that moment. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. No. As long as the dead have identified you, follow their ghosts. please bring your awesome self. Please bring your awesome self and join the dead. All right. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Kuja. I mean, see. You guys, be serious. Hatuwezi kwa tunabaki eti tunaenda kudedi kila mse. We depend on you. We are really depending on you, you guys, okay? But if you're not careful, somebody has to go. So let's see it one last time. Scrub the deck. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Scrub the deck. Captain's coming. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Set the sail. Captain's coming. Scrub the deck. Scrub the Kuja. There was a moment there. There was a you guys saw it as well, right? There was a moment there. There was a moment. And we have 2 people. Oh, wait. 3 people remaining to take the ship to the show. Happy makofi out afadhali. So thank you, everybody, for being so awesome. What we are going to do is I'm going to pass the mic to the dead, first of all. The dead? I'm going to pass the mic to the dead, first of all, to say hi to the rest of us. And to also just, tell us, tukiongelea history ya Young Voices in HIV prevention and recovery within this workshop that we're talking about today. What are you expecting from the day? Okay.
Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Oh, my name is Ida Dot from Talanta Africa. She, her. Nini tena mtaka kujua? What? Sorry? Oh, learn. Probably create awareness myself. Network also. Other things I think will come along the way. Baby steps for now.
All right, cool. Pass it to another dead person of your choice.
You dead people. Choose the one. You are too dead. Come. I know.
Good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
No, we're not even supposed to say good morning in my church. Greetings. My name is Achieng. And why am I here? I don't know, I'm just somebody struggling with addiction. So I want to just hear if there are people who like me are struggling, but also their thoughts around addiction and HIV prevention. And I'm just here for vibes, man. Just see people and exist among them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for change.
So the person I choose, I choose anyone.
Yes,
I know somebody thinks I'm going to choose them. I'm going to surprise them. And I'm going to choose you.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Ian Ucheng. Expectation, also here to learn. Yeah.
I didn't say my pronouns. She, her. That was for you to say your pronoun.
Pronoun he, him.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Another person.
Hi. Good morning. All right, I was outside. What are we doing? Oh, my pronouns. Okay, I'm from Trans Alliance. My pronouns are T. Just call me by my name, or call me he, she, depending on how I'm expressing at that time. If I'm doing this, she. If I'm doing this, he. If I'm not doing anything, T. Yes. Just looking forward to having a very robust conversation about what we're here for, and getting the views of everyone to know and just to learn. Yeah, so I guess that's it. How you doing? How you doing, people? How you doing?
Okay, I guess I'm alive because I'm clearly talking. Hi guys, I hope you guys are well. Compliments to everyone. You guys smell nice. Mnakaa vizuri, mnanukia vizuri. Kwa hivyo, thank you for doing the absolute necessary. My name is Rajab Hamisi. My pronouns are he, him, they. What I'm looking forward to, I am looking forward to the conversation, honestly. Anywhere young people are at and just talking, sharing their lived experiences, their outlooks on issues that affect the society, I will be part of that. So I am looking forward to interacting with us all, sharing my opinions, of course, and hearing everyone else's out and having a good time. It's Monday.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura Joyo Kach. You can call me how or she, and my today's expectation is a good interaction to learn more ideas on HIV and more intervention that might come up from this conversation. Yes, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Francis Ochieng, organization Kisumu Shiners. The reason why, pronoun, they, them. Ingine tena. The reason why I'm here today is to learn and interact and hear your views on the how you've been affected, infected, and your views on the SRH issues. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, both the living and the dead. Yeah, I had to acknowledge the living, right? So I'm Ken Jr. From Kisumu Shiners organization. My pronouns are he, him. Yes, am I married to you? Why are you asking that?
Morning everyone. I'm Emaron Lihanda, pronoun she, her. I come from Transport Organization. I'm here to present the soup project for Shiners. I'm the service provider for the soup. What I'm going for today here is just to engage and learn more about the voices and the strategies that we can use to raise our voices. We as the dead people, we have a lot of the discrimination, violation, stigmatizes, okay? So these things brought us to the dead. But we are dead, but we are living. Yes. So, to me, is just how we can prevent for us to be dead. We just want, if we are just there, how we can raise our voices, how we can tackle our issues, and how we can live, but not dead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Yeah, my name is Victor Mondi. I'm a peer educator at Kisumu Shiners. My pronoun is he, him. Today is just to learn and learn and learn. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yes, my name is Vitalis Otieno. My pronoun is he. My expectation is to learn and interact. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. Good morning, my name is Benjamin Omogo, pronouns he, they, from Trans-Alliance, Kenya. Basically in the world of today, we lack the luxury of ignorance. Right now, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is death to all of us. So I hope to hear everyone's lived experiences of how they're infected or affected. As young people, we should be with each other and help each other. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Good day, everyone. Back to the living.
So, Aki, we just had 2 people alive. 3. 3 people alive, alright.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, welcome and thank you so much for coming. My name is Emmanuel Auma. I work with Kisumu Shiners. And yeah, I'm happy to see all of you. You all look amazing. Though some of you are dead, but yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gle. For today, my other name is my M-Pesa name, so if you want to know it, you know what to do. My pronoun is she, her, and I am just happy to be here to learn and relearn some stuff, yeah? Aye.
Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be alive, literally and figuratively. My name is Steven Okoth. I prefer to be called either Steve or Stevie. Whichever works for you, I'll respond. I love working with young people and communities to bring meaningful change, and I'm happy to be here to interact, to learn, and of course to make meaningful connections with you people. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julius Otieno. I'm doing the live stream.
Hi everyone. I'm Vince Speed, working under TLD Experience, under photography.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we all take a moment to appreciate kila mtu? Tupigeni kila mtu makofi. Huku ni mna snap? Okay, sawa, tusnapie kila mtu. Alafu tujisnapie. I don't know what that looks like. It's you showing love to yourself and to your body, yeah? So thank you everybody for creating time to be here. Thank you for being amazing, and thank you for being part of this moment. So I'd like to officially welcome you. Oh, wait, oh gosh. My name is Mudis. My pronouns are she, her. Okay. Yeah, my pronouns are she, her. And I am here for the good time and the long time. And just to interact with every single one of you, for us to learn from one another, and to just be able to create pathways zenye ziko very, 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 very clear and are very practical on just how we can be able to show up for one another, ensure that young people are able to find access to HIV prevention, recovery, and all that, and treatment as well, all right? For every single person who's joining us online, please introduce yourself in the chat section, because we'd also like to hear from you. We'd also like the people in the room to get to know you a little bit. Thank you so much for creating time to join us, and we are looking forward to a fruitful day. So please also let us know, what are you looking forward to for the day. All right, so before we continue, I'd like to invite Emmanuel Qatar, the organizer of this moment, in partnership, of course, with Shiners, and fully sponsored by IAS. So I'm going to invite him, akuje mbele, atuambie kitu, and then now we can continue.
Good morning once again. I will use this one. The online community are saying they cannot hear us, so kindly confirm for me if they are able to listen to us. How are you guys? How are you? I am nervous, but I'll be okay. So as I had said earlier, my name is Emmanuel Ouma. I am your host, right? Yeah, I am your host for today. I work with Kisumu Shiners, and I am happy to welcome all of you here with us. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this International AIDS Society Regional Workshop. Thank you for making your time to join us and for the work each of you continues to do in strengthening HIV prevention, treatment, and community-led responses across our region. Today gives us an important space to reflect, exchange ideas, and build practical solutions that respond to the real experiences of our communities. The reason why I came up with this, is it topic? Is it? Ni topics, indio? The reason why I came up with this topic is basically, it came from a point of reflection, and it is also kind of connected with the lived realities as a young person growing up. I grew up in a family where there was addiction, so I kind of have an idea how addiction looks like. So I just integrated it with HIV prevention since I work in the SRHR spaces. So that is the genesis of this particular topic, and that is the reason why we are here, just to reflect and understand how addiction or recovery looks like for HIV prevention and SRHR generally. So welcome and thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad, and yeah, I give respect to event organizers because hey, it has been one hell of a week, but asanteni sana for making this a success. It is already a success because all of you are here. Yeah. So without much further ado, I welcome Kisumu Shainas representative to also welcome us since they are the partnering organization. So karibu sana Francis. Unipigie makofi jamani. Asante.
Hi everyone. How many people are happy today? Good. So I'm Francis Ocheng. I'm the program officer for Kisumu Shiners. I would like to invite you to this meeting and officially open it. So as you know, Kisumu Shiners is a GBMSM organization. So we deal with the gay, bisexual, men having sex with men, and the male sex workers. So through this, as you know, we are affected internally and externally. So we deal with different people with different diversities, and being health one of our thematic areas, we felt good to join in partnership with IAS in collaboration with this activity. So feel free, and any impact that you guys have for us today, we'll take it into consideration, and yeah, let's give our views and thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. And before you proceed, people, putting together an event is not an easy thing. And if Emmanuel has gotten to this point that all of us are seated in the room and everybody else who's joining us online, it has taken time. It has taken effort. It has taken so many unanswered emails, so many phone calls here and there. So I want us to tengenezeni mikono tafadhali for the man of the moment, for the human of the moment. See snaps tafadhali this time round. Do it my way, okay? And we're going to do 3 factorial class. You guys know how to do that, right? So in 1, 2, 3. Guys, you promised me you knew. Na feel nimeoshwa. Oh my God, what I ordered versus what I received are not matching up. So the factorials go like this. So when I say 3 factorials, you start with 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay? So that's good. Ile ilikuwa rehearsal, msijali. It's good. Hakuna kitu imeungua. So let's try it again in 1, 2, 3. Very excellent students. I wouldn't have a problem with you if I were a teacher. Thank you so much. I know. Congratulations, Qatar, and thank you so much for organizing this, and thank you so much for allowing us be able to experience. So what's going to happen today is we're going to have a couple of speakers coming up, but remember, this is a space for us, okay? So if at any point you feel like I have a question, I have a contribution to anything that any of the speakers is going to say, please feel free to just raise it, and feel free to comment even in the chat section in case you have any contribution as the day continues to unfold. If you have any reservations about anything, please also let us know, because we want the space to be as comfortable as humanly possible for every single person who's in the room. The speakers that are going to come up are also very young people who are very knowledgeable, who are very skilled in whatever fields that they are in, and I know that all of us are genuinely going to be learning a lot. So please put your hands together for our very first speaker, Rajab Hamisi. Let's keep it going, Paka Fike. Yo, what's your name? Coca chat box. You can just do as the two claps like this. You know the one, the emoji. Do that emoji. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, hi guys. Lovely to see us all here on a Monday. Considering you're all young people in the room, so we are just here to basically have a progressive conversation. Cinder, the line of topic that we're focusing on today is HIV, young voices in HIV prevention and recovery. So personally, I am going to take us through breaking stigma, addressing addiction, and, you know, looking at HIV with a compassionate lens. What exactly does that mean? What exactly does that look like? So I will give us a story. So my presentation starts with a story that happened 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, I remember I must have been in my third, if not fourth year of campus. And my best friend at the time, so I remember it was on a random weekday. Let's just say it was on a Thursday morning. I get a call from my best friend, and it's not so good news. So he calls me, voice breaking, and he breaks it to me that he hasn't been feeling well, and it got to a point where he had to go to the hospital to get himself checked. Now what happened is that my best friend ended testing positive for HIV. And I remember not knowing what exactly to do with this information. I think we have all been in rooms. You know, we've learned about HIV, we've learned about the medication in regards to HIV. We've learned to, you know, hold information, but we really haven't been taught how to implement and enact what we know, because now it's the part where the rubber meets the road, you know. So I remember being very confused with this information, and I remember just feeling sad and lost on behalf of my friend. So now, as a young person as I was at the time, what alternative or what solution did I have? So mind you, it's in the morning, it's on a Thursday morning. So I tell him to, you know what, dress up, let's meet in town, drinks are on me. And I remember that day we spent it outside somewhere in a bar, and we drowned in alcohol for really not knowing any better, if I may say. So what that experience basically taught me is that we need more tools. We need more tools in regards to handling HIV-related cases. We need to find more language. We need to find more resources in terms of, you know, how best are we able to be there for one another. Because the fact of the matter is that Kenya is a largely youthful demographic. So we are looking at a nation that is mostly us, the 18 to 35, and let's just say under 35-year-olds. So the under 35-year-olds now exist in a Kenya, or rather in a world where the USA does not exist. So just a quick statistic is that last year in 2024, 12.3 million people received HIV prevention services. Now this was largely because of the USAID and the humanitarian work that they do in regards to sensitization and access to PrEP, and just testing kits. But what happened in the beginning of the year is that we saw the President of the United States Donald Trump. As he stepped into office, we saw the US aid being done away with. And what exactly does that mean? And I think during the beginning of the year, we were having such conversations in regards to what does this really mean in regards to, HIV advocacy, HIV prevention. What does the journey look like moving forward? And for a large part of us, the reality is that we have to keep the conversation going at the very least. Such a platform where we can comfortably and openly talk about the struggle of HIV. And so I will come to the big elephant that has never seemed to go away, the conversation around stigma. Because anytime we talk about HIV in particular, and I think this just goes for any sexually transmitted infections and diseases, we tend to have a moral lens in regards to looking at it. The stigma around HIV is still very much present in 2025, as it was in 1999, in 1989, it still exists. You guys are on TikTok, you guys are on Instagram. So the other day I saw a very disturbing reel. It was a post of, there was this lady blacked out in a party, and the caption said, "Ukizima tunakupima ukimwi." And I thought, of course, I am a Kenyan, so I rushed to the comment sections. And, you find people laughing at such rhetoric and you keep wondering, okay, I thought we knew better as a collective, but clearly not. A few people did not get the memo. And, it looks funny. Dare I say it's not even funny, but the fact that, such conversations still exist, people still share such perspectives and such outlook, it means that the stigma is far away from gone, that people still look at HIV as a light matter, as a tool for enabling discrimination against a certain minority. And I like this platform because Shiners in particular works with a sexual minority. It works with the queer community, to be specific. And if you are in the room, you identify as a male, or you know yourself to be specifically a male, you know that back in the 90s, HIV was largely attached to being a gay man's disease. It was alleged that it's the gay community that's spreading the virus. And there used to be a faction of people who actually used to be pro-HIV, and people would actually claim that, HIV is a tool sent by God to punish our wrongdoings, our evil, our immorality. And, people still share these outlooks. And it goes without us saying that HIV it's a very fundamental conversation to have, especially if we are in the gay community, if we are in the queer community, and especially if anywhere there are young people, we just have to talk about HIV. Now, the stigma around it, I've talked about the moral lens of it. So stigma largely comes from this moral lens that involves shaming. So the first shaming that I've talked about is the shaming based on sexuality and sexual orientation of people. It also looks like blaming people for contracting HIV. And the interesting thing about HIV is that though it's largely spread through sexual intercourse, of course, but there also exist people who are just born with it. There exist people who contacted it via other means, not necessarily sexual immorality or promiscuousness. So this information is out there. But if there is anything that we are realizing, the more we progress as a society, the more the technological age progresses, is that we need to go back to the basics. We need to stop assuming that just because it's basic information, people actually understand it. So it looks like this, just having this, what's it called? It's a class 5 science class orientation in regards to HIV. Yeah, what's HIV? It's the human immunodeficiency virus. What does it mean? What does it entail? And I will largely stick to the conversation around stigma, because we need to we need to break away from the shame in regards to HIV, in regards to having the virus, in regards to having conversation in terms of preventing the virus. So another version of public stigma also looks like fear and discrimination. So people actually market fear around HIV. This fear is marketed in regards to, when a person contacts the virus, their first assumption would be, and this is me speaking from the experience that I started with. So I noticed that my friend felt that his life was done away with. And hence me feeling lost and me feeling sad at the same time, because this found us in the beginning of our 20s, I remember, and the funny thing is that both of us are the same age. So 2 years ago, I was 21 years old. So there I am, I'm 21, my best friend is also 21, and he comes to me with the news that, I have a virus, and I remember him quite telling me that he just feels like he's wasted his life. So you can imagine a 21-year-old telling you they feel like they have wasted their life has no meaning, and at that point, the mental health deterioration took a really fast pace, I remember, because we just kept on sinking in this rabbit hole of, I do not want to live anymore, I do not see the purpose of going to school anymore, am I ever going to find love again? Because there's also that reality. And people living with HIV and AIDS still have the same yearning that we do. They're still human. They still want a full life. They still want to experience love and heartbreak at the same time. They still have dreams they're trying to fulfill. So the question comes in as, how do we put a human face to it? How do we put a human experience? How do we put the face of a person, the life story of a person behind the term HIV? Because it's not as abstract as we'd like it to be, just because we might not identify with it on a first-hand basis. And we need to get to this collective place where we can have conversations, we can hold space for the conversation at the very least, even if it does not directly impact us. Because again, like I said, from the statistics of last year, where 12.3 million people had access to HIV prevention recovery services, what are the odds that by the end of the year, as we are tallying the numbers for 2025, it will be the same, we will maintain a standard of 12.3 million, or we will even go higher? Because chances are we might actually witness an increase by the end of the year in regards to HIV, people contacting the virus this year, basically. So it means this conversation needs to happen. Yeah. And then again, the beautiful thing, or rather the sad thing about stigma, is that a lot of the times it's outsourced. A lot of the times it's a person telling you, you're not going to live a full life. It's a person telling you you deserve this because you have bad behavior, because you're gay, because you're queer. But most of the times is that you see the frequency of that happening, the frequency of that conversation, the frequency of you being shamed, discriminated, and made to feel less than, is that it takes toll on a person. And people actually internalize stigma. That's the thing. So stigma stops being outsourced, and stigma starts being a tool of aggression that people actually practice and use against their very own selves. So now, what does internalized stigma look like? So internalized stigma looks like shame to start with. Shameful. A lot of the times, people living with HIV and AIDS would not openly dare share their state, just because there is a shaming around it. Because right now we all look normal, but if it were written on our foreheads that, I am positive, I am negative, it builds a certain image. So we will either, look at a person less than, we will start a pity party, we will start sympathizing with people, we will start, the way we talk to children. Are you okay? Have you eaten? Have you taken your medicine? It can be a little bit condescending in as much as it's not always coming from a negative intended place, but it tends to happen. So people internalize stigma, have shame. the process of having shame now also leads to self-isolation. So now this is where people stop engaging socially. People take themselves out from the social eye. People stop engaging in friendships, engaging in activities of the community, whether it's going to church, whether it's, going for brunch at the same time. So people just seclude and take themselves away because they feel as if they do not belong. And again, who is the custodian of belonging? I ask, who is the custodian of belonging? Who gets to say you don't belong, I don't belong, someone doesn't belong? Who gets to say that? And what merit do they have that can back up their claims? Again, internalized stigma looks like feeling unworthy of help, feeling unworthy of love, affection. It's just a state of nothingness. You consider yourself less than on the mere basis that you tested positive. Just that, simply. And it's sad that such a simple test as the state of your health, as the state of your HIV, can be such a defining moment for people, because people attach their sense of value, their literal sense of humanity and being an actual person just via a test. And again, internalized stigma also looks like a delayed time in seeking treatment. So people actually delay, people take their time. And again, this whole thing, and I need us to realize, the main thing I'm driving at is, I need us to realize all this stems from stigma. And I'd love us to get to a point where we can actually see that stigma is it's not always as aggressive and mean as we think it is. Because we'd like to believe stigma is you just blatantly saying HIV positive people deserve to die. It might take that form of you being on the extreme end of practicing discrimination. But, stigma just also looks like the things we say, the opinions we hold. And if there's something interesting about being Kenyan is that we have the freedom of speech, we have the freedom of sharing our opinions, and if there's one thing that has heightened that whole process is social media. You can literally almost say anything and get away with it if you're Kenyan. And that's the entire problem, because now it begs the question, so what exactly are you saying, and do you realize the repercussions of what we're saying? And I want us to realize that we are not clean. Neither of us in this room is clean, me included. We are not clean from not practicing stigma. So this is the part where I ask you, what perspectives, what thoughts do you hold on HIV? How do you share your opinions? How do you share your outlook when it comes to HIV? How do you deal with people? In regards to even activism, what's the messaging around it? Because language is a tool that we all need to learn how to use. And the thing about language is that it's a double-edged sword. Yeah? So we need to question ourselves, because I know we'd love to point fingers and say, okay, stigma comes from this direction, stigma comes from that direction. But I'm just also here to remind us that we are members of the society ourselves. We are also playing a key role in advancing stigma, in advancing discrimination. So now I am just begging you all to just tap into your consciousness, or rather your awareness for that matter. And anytime you are having a conversation around HIV, I need you to ask yourself, is this progressive conversation? Is this conversation that is pro-life? Do you engage in such a manner that gives hope towards people living with HIV and AIDS, or do you sit from a place of, not my circus, not my monkey? And another version, and another font that stigma takes is that it's also structural. So stigma takes place structurally in the form of underfunded services. We've talked about the USAID cutting off, just being done away with this year. So exactly, so what does that look like in terms of people accessing their ARVs, in terms of people having access to self-help, it's called self-test kits, the HIV testing kits, yeah? So we need to start asking that. Another form of stigma structurally is that it looks like discriminatory healthcare interactions. Another very interesting thing in all this, I think I've sat in multiple SRHR forums and workshops, and we always keep talking about this need. There is a particular need for youth-friendly services. We keep saying it, we keep affirming it, we keep reiterating it, but I think there is this humor. It humors me because we've already established that Kenya is a largely youthful demographic. So if the services in healthcare facilities are not youth-friendly, then whose needs are they exactly meeting, considering we are the majority? And it's also interesting because demographically, we are the most. We are way older, we are way more than the above 35-year-olds, but you know, we still claim that youths are a minority in the country in regards to women and sexual minority groups. So how come we are so many, yet we have such limited power? Yeah? And this also comes from a point of, I think we need to agitate for more empowerment amongst ourselves. Yeah? We need to stop looking at ourselves from this less than point of view, because being a young person in this country, and I feel like in the world over, is discriminated against in its own special way, because we are always left with the question of what's the merit that we have? What merit do we bring to the table as a young person? What's your experience? Yeah, we apply for jobs. Jobs need a 2-year experience, 5, 7. Yeah, there you are. You are 22, 23. What experience do you bring to the table? And again, I will come back to language as a tool of action, and language is a very necessary tool. So I need us to back up our advocacy. So that is stigma. That's my experience with stigma, and I've shown you guys just how internalized it can be. Now, the whole thing about stigma, as we've said, how it can lead to the internalized version of it, of a person feeling shameful, of a person feeling less than, of a person isolating themselves, is that we realize it also takes a toll on the mental health of a person. Now, when the mental health of a person is under attack, we are likely to see an increment in addiction. Yeah? What was sherehe culture are you guys in the room? Mama ni Monday. Nisi tuanike. Yeah? So, again, we are people who like to have a good time. But under the guise of having a good time, there also exists a faction amongst us who are just simply looking for a means to an escape. Yeah? People have their own stresses. People have trauma that they are still learning how to cope with it. And in the process of learning how best to cope with our traumas and our stresses, we find that people engage in drug and substance abuse. And I was just having this conversation earlier with a friend of mine, and we were talking about how nobody ever intends to be an addict as they're starting out on drugs. Nobody picks up a bottle or a cigarette or a blunt of marijuana with the intention of, you know what, I'm going to go on this journey and discover myself as a serial drunkard, discover myself as a serial stoner, as a serial chain smoker. I don't believe that's ever an agenda that people actively seek. But you know, in the process of, again, having a good time, in the process of finding a means to escape, a means to an end, a lot of people actually find themselves being addicts. And now this is the part where we just have an honest conversation on what's our relationship with drugs and substances. What are the justifications that we give to ourselves that, Najwa, it's the weekend. Again, end month is coming. Hi guys. End month is coming. So what are the justifications we give to ourselves as we seek to indulge in alcohol, in cigarettes, in marijuana, and whatever form of drugs that people use out there. What are the justifications? Because now you see, for a young person in particular, and for a young person who is living with HIV, we've already established that their stresses are heightened. We've already established that they are more likely to be depressed than the average youth. We've established that they do not have access to community, psychosocial support. So what's the alternative? What tools exist that help them navigate the challenge of being a young person living with HIV? Drugs, substances. And the reality of the matter is that we are at a point as a society where it's actually becoming easier and easier to gain access to these things. And this, again, I remind us, I do not sit from a self-righteous pedestal. I really do not, because I have my own struggles as a person, and I believe we all do. So this is me just, I am asking us to, do that thing of introspection. What's your relationship with drugs? What's your relationship with substances? How often do you engage in it? Again, I ask, what are the justifications that you give yourself as you indulge in it? Is it the weekend? Did you have a long day at work? Are you sad? Are you stressed? Do you have a heartbreak? What else? What are the justifications? Sijasema gani? Give me ideas. Good vibes and inshallah. I need a new one. Najua sijasema zote. What's the inspiration behind drugs? No one understands what I'm going through. Anyone else? Such a long day. How do you survive? Anyone else? Keta, are you inspired? What's your inspiration behind? That's an interesting question to ask, but again, for the sake of conversation, for the sake of open conversation, what are the justifications you give yourself before you indulge in drugs and substances?
I want to hide my excitement, or I want to not feel hurt. If I'm hurt, so I want not to feel hurt, so I'm trying to escape that reality. Or I'm excited, but I want to be like more excited. Yeah.
Okay, nice one. Anyone else? The floor is still open. It's our conversation. I talk, you talk, we talk. Everyone talks. Ian, any inspiration? Any reasoning? Anyone else? I'm looking out. So now the thing is, I think we need to get to a point, even as we are talking about addiction. Again, I come back to the moral standpoint of things. Most people look at addiction as a moral shortcoming. That's why our parents told us, nisikuona ukicheza na nani anavutanga bangi. Bad company. Nisikuona ukicheza na nani, ama unajua usikue kama Kevin. Ni Wednesday, ni saa 7 mchana, jua imewaka lakini ashalewa. There's this moral superiority that you hold if you are not a known addict, that is. But once you become a known addict, the perception changes. And we see that happening in real time. So now the thing is, addiction is more than a moral shortcoming. It's more than someone being wrong. Addiction is actually what's it called? Addiction is a mental health struggle. It's a mental health struggle, actually. It is. So we need to look at addiction as an illness by itself. The same way we have become so accommodative as a society that we know somebody being depressed is not them just being all inside the head. There is actually, they need to access healthcare services. So it's the same thing. We look at addicts and we stop judging them from this lens of they're doing nothing better with their lives, as if we are. I do that a lot. I check myself a lot. So I will have to check us by extension. They will give me the grace. So we need to look at addiction also just as a mental health struggle. And looking at addiction from a mental health struggle, what does that look like? First and foremost, the shame. The shame. We talk about the shame. We've talked about the shame surrounding HIV. We now talk about the shame surrounding addiction and somebody having a not so better way to cope with their struggles other than turning to drugs. So how open are the spaces that we access? How open are they to such conversations? How open are we to our friends and our family that we are able to come forth with such information that, you know what, not only am I struggling with the state of my mental health, with my stresses, with my traumatic experiences, yeah, but I am also struggling with alcohol consumption, for instance. How safe? Then again, do we have access to such platforms? Do we have access to such resources, such people? And again, I think I will keep reminding us that we can't outsource these things because we can't keep pinning it on society, and we can't keep saying that the society does not offer these things to us. You know why? Anyone knows why? Yes, we are the society. So again, do you hold space not only for your friends but also for yourself? Because going back to the conversation I was having with a friend on addiction is that what level of self-awareness do we hold as individuals on an individual level where you are able to have an open and honest conversation with yourself and you can actually admit to your very self that, you know what, I seem to be struggling with consuming alcohol. I seem to be using drugs way more than I used to be before. If I am to do that comparison, are we able to come out to ourselves as addicts even before we seek help? Because there is this whole conversation of, you know, you can't help a person who seemingly has no problem or seemingly isn't aware of their problem. So are we even aware of these problems? And you know, the thing about addiction is that we have been mentally conditioned to believe that addiction looks a certain kind of way. That's the thing. We have been conditioned to believe addiction looks a certain kind of way. Addiction looks like a person in the streets. Addiction looks like a homeless man who is dirty, who has rags on. That's what addiction looks like for most of us. So, and you know, the problem with addiction, or rather the interesting thing about addiction, is that addiction can also put on a productive face. You can be an addict, but you can still manage to show up for work. You can still manage to pay your bills on time. You can manage to put food on the table. You can manage to dress nicely, smell nicely, and look the part of a person who is not an addict. And that's why I say there are so many addicts walking amongst us without the conventional look of what being an addict entails. Yeah? And this is why we need to have more than face value conversations. This is why we need to do a lot more of personal introspection, because again, nobody really knows your journey. Nobody really knows your story. Nobody really knows you. I don't know what any of you did last night. I don't know what any of you did this morning before coming in here. But I want to believe that, you know, you all have your life together, at least in your own unique way, or rather in a way that you can manage and cope with. But this is the part where we also ask ourselves, what exactly are our coping mechanisms? Before we source for a sherehe over the weekend, we are stressed, we have our own internal struggles, but do we have the language to, you know, be able to express that without being drunk, without being high? That's the whole question. That's the whole question on addiction, because I won't talk about addiction as that other side of it, on the extreme end of being homeless and dirty and not being able to buy yourself food. I'll talk about the face of addiction in today's society. In the society where you are able to sleep at 3 a.m. in the morning just because you are out partying, but by 8 a.m. you'll be in the office. You'll be dressed in your business casual. You will look the part of a professional who has their life in check. But do you? That's the whole question. And the question on addiction basically forces us to ask ourselves, what are our coping mechanisms? What are our coping mechanisms? How do we deal with the everyday pressures of life? How do we deal with the everyday struggles? Do we have the language for it? Are we able to access therapy, for instance? And if therapy is not something that is attainable for some of us, then what does friendship look like? Do we have access to friendships and people that we can openly share our experiences and our struggles with? Do we practice journaling, for instance? Do we try to get outside of the house? And if it's working out, if it's going for a hike, for instance, what exactly are we trying to do to put ourselves in a path that doesn't lead to addiction and drug and substance abuse, basically? That's the whole question. And now, in this whole thing, even as we talk about the stigma surrounding HIV, and we talk about the addiction that it predisposes people to, we still have to find a way of talking about compassion, the space of compassion in all of this. Yeah? Because now we've realized we're dealing with the people who are at basically at an intersection of marginalization, because we have young people. Then again, we have young people who are living with HIV and AIDS. Then again, we have young people living with HIV and AIDS who are exposed to drug and substance abuse. So these are people who are just living at the intersection of, is it stigma, discrimination, oppression? So these are just people who are literally experiencing, or rather going through the thick of it, for a lack of a better term. So where does compassion come in? Who in the room, I say we are all young people, so who thinks it's easy being a young person to start with? Who believes that their experiences so far have been smooth, and unajua, the best thing in life right now is just to be a young person figuring your way out? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? But these are supposed to be the best days of your lives. These are supposed to be the best days of your lives. And you see, exactly because of that, none of us has raised their hands in claiming that it's easy to be a young person. That's exactly why we need more compassion. And it begs the question, so what exactly is compassion? What's compassion? So compassion for me basically is holding space. Holding space for one another. Sounds like a very Christian philosophy, but I guess God was onto something. So holding space for each other. Now, holding space for each other looks like being aware. It's just being aware of the reality that we do not know the story behind the face of the person we see. And we might know the story, but we never know the full story, for that matter. So that is exactly why we hold space, because you might be sitting next to a person who is experiencing SGBV, for instance, a person who is exposed to domestic violence. You might be sitting next to a person who just discovered that they're sick. It might be cancer, might be HIV, might be whatever it is. You might be sitting next to a person who just lost their job, someone who just got evicted out of their house. So that's exactly why holding space is important. We never know the full story behind the face of the person we see. And especially if they're strangers, because I believe we have leeway with people we are close to. Whether it's friends or family, we have a leeway because we sort of know something about them and we're able to build up on a story. But if you're meeting someone for the first time, someone you've never met, you know nothing about, holding space is the most, I think I'd like to say it's the most human thing you can do at the end of the day. And it's just not holding assumption. Especially regressive assumption that somebody is out against you, somebody is I don't know whatever your perspectives on life is, but holding space is necessary if we have any intentions whatsoever in building HIV recovery and awareness. So it's also important to mention that recovery from addiction it's not a linear process. We don't expect a person to just, say they want to get their life in check and now they've cut all their vices off completely all at once. A full 180-degree turn and life was never the same. So this is the part where reality check. Healing is not linear. In that same regard, recovery is not linear. Now compassion, what compassion does is that it makes you realize that it's a process. It takes an actual process for a person to recover from addiction. Now what this actually means is that you might be invested in a person's journey. You literally want to see them do better for their lives, with their lives. But they keep on backsliding. They keep going back to the drugs. They keep going back to the circle of friendships that, exposes them to access the drugs. And you might get to a point where that actually pisses you off because, again, you're only human and you can only hold so much. But now compassion reminds you that it's not a straight process. It really isn't. People fall, get down, get back up, try to practice sobriety, try to get back to having more productive coping mechanisms. But now it's a whole process. Now compassion just gives you grace. Compassion gives you grace that in return you're able to extend to the other person who is going through the recovery process. Yeah? And the importance of compassion is that compassion lessens, it lessens the harm that people expose themselves to. It reduces it. It increases rehabilitation. It makes people more open to seeking professional services. It makes people more open to engage with each other, to put themselves in circles of friendships, to put themselves out there basically, because we've talked about how stigma can be internalized and lead to people just withdrawing and isolating themselves. Now, if you are more compassionate, if you're more accommodative, if you're more friendly, if you listen more, if you try to understand to people more, and if you just try to, again, let people have their stories. Because in as much as we are able to listen to one another and try to understand where people are coming from, I think it's also just important to let people have their stories. If somebody keeps on crying 5 years, 10 years down the line as to why this one thing still hurts them, let them have that. Because they're the ones who lived through the experience. They're the ones who know how the experience still shapes them and informs their pain. So again, compassion is just realizing everyone has their story. And some stories are not really nice to listen to. Some stories are very repetitive, especially if you're going to be real and talk about addiction. Addiction is, we've talked about recovery and healing not being linear. It's not a straight process. So you will be exposed to a story that is very repetitive. And for all we know, you might not like the story, but you might also not have any other chance, or rather you might not have any say in regards to you not liking the story. But it's equally important to just let people have their stories. Let people be survivors and victims in equal accord. Let people own their pain. Let people be able to express these pains and these struggles to you, because that's the only way we're going to see a productive movement that is centered and geared towards HIV recovery and prevention at the very least. Then again, as young people, I think we've all established, again, it's not easy being young. So the least we can all do, again, hold space, especially for fellow young people who are most likely unemployed and exposed to stresses that I feel like financial stresses just heighten everything up a notch, because life is very transactional. And again, we live in a capitalist economy. So you need, in order to move around and find your way to navigate life, you need money in your pocket. So again, if you notice the person next to you might not be exactly, what's the word, friendly, and more leaning towards more of irritability. Again, we try to understand where people are coming from, hold space, and again, let people have their stories. Because again, as I've said, these stories are not the most fun to listen to. Some are repetitive, some are just, but they're all stories in equal measure, and every story deserves to be heard. So, if I am to sum this up, because I was to talk about breaking stigma and addiction, addressing addiction, and looking at HIV with compassion. If I am just to sum everything that I have been saying, is that we need to be more conscious. Consciousness is being aware. We need to be more aware that, these are lived realities. And again, I say we might be having today's conversation might be centered around HIV, recovery, prevention, and awareness. And we might fail to resonate with it on a personal level, maybe for a lack of, we might fail to relate with it just by not having contacted the virus, at least yet. But who knows what might happen. So it's more of, again, I think compassion will be the message of this, will be the highlight of this story. And just the importance of holding space for each other. Because again, people living with HIV they're not branded. Then again, I think we are way past the 80s where you'd expect somebody who lives with HIV to look a certain way. That's not the reality. And we could be more compassionate, we could be more aware, we could be more accommodative, friendly. I think we could be more human towards understanding the reality that is HIV. So even as the day progresses and other speakers come to this podium and share their insights, I think I'd love us all to just sit in introspection at the end of the day and realize that it could easily be us. It might not be us at the moment, but again, like I said, life plays itself out in the most interesting of ways and in ways we cannot expect. So we can just sit in introspection and just try our very best to do better, especially in regards to the language we use, in regards to how we look at this, how we look at HIV, how we spread the messaging. And I believe the world will be a better place. So that has been my time. Thank you all for being very good students. You guys have been listening to me. Thank you. I think the floor is open to anyone who might have anything that they wish to share in regards to addressing stigma, addressing addiction, and the whole conversation about being more compassionate in regards to HIV recovery and prevention. Going once. Going twice. Oh yeah, yes please. Kuna mic?
Thank you so much for an amazing piece. So I wanted to ask, it's more from a point of ignorance maybe, but if you have, for the case of the example you gave, your best friend comes to you with this problem, and you're trying to be compassionate, but sometimes the best answer you can give is, I do not know. I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. But they feel like you know it all. You have everything going on for you, your life is going on well, but the same things you're doing, if they try to do, it's not working for them. So how do I, for example, talk to my best friend by telling them the best answer I can give right now is, I do not know, but they feel like I'm not doing enough. Thank you.
Greetings, Hamisi. Thank you so much for that presentation. You're speaking and I was struggling to write everything. I'm at your feet. I'm so glad that you mentioned about a people having HIV/AIDS as often being regarded as a promiscuous people. And every person who maybe would have had HIV would want to say that I got it from my mother, and will give them grace. That, you know, you was Himalaya, so you're born with it. And you find like a people who are HIV positive, it's like, you know, the moment you say you want to be, you want to specify your mode of transaction, it's not transaction, transmission is to have this subtle idea that people who have HIV are promiscuous and should keep their legs closed. And there is a whole thing about people in Kisumu and Homa Bay, oh, kuna HIV mingi huko. For me, it is translating to those people are promiscuous. But I don't think anyone engages in sex to get HIV and AIDS. I mean, who does that? You are there just to have good sex. And if it can lead to anything, so be it. And if it's a one-time thing, oh, hallelujah. But it is never to get HIV and AIDS. And that was so dear to me. It is to have this conversation and realize that we are not promiscuous. Any other human being, unless you're asexual, going to have sex. And you can get it anywhere. And for me, that was just very dear. Someone who comes around the lake and HIV kuna Kisumu mingi sana. It's everywhere. It was. And also about drugs, which we'll definitely talk as the conversation progresses. And we were having this conversation with you too. But not to look at, I struggle with this. If you're my friend, you definitely think I'm going to mention a jargon, but I'm trying not to. I want to say that alcohol, as someone who, it is, I was struggling with alcohol. I was doing some sobriety journey, then I started. Then I realized, and I told people when I hang out with them, I don't drink, and they ask me, which drug now do you use? And I don't use anything. There's a substitute. There has to be a substitute for another drug. You mean you're surviving like this? Oh, chieng, you unadanganya. I unapenda basi wanawake ama wanaume. You know, there's always to be something that has to substitute some form of. I think alcohol for me is just a form of control. It is to, you look at people of low income areas struggle with alcoholism. It is to numb you, I think. It is to make resilient, just kunini kidogo. But alcohol destroys us, and we are using it to just cope. It is sad that we are drinking and waking up and going to jobs, and people are going to say, at least he drinks and he wakes up in the morning. At least he drinks and he can put on and smell nice. But no one is really going to see that you are struggling with alcohol and you need help. Until maybe you are like those people who we see around and they're looking like yesterday and they're sleeping on izo mamtaro. And it's so sad, you know, in my estate I try so hard to be that child that every parents tell their children not to hang out with. It's something I'm honestly trying. And not because I'm indulging in drugs. I just don't want any other person to see me as their role model and put me in a box. And now they idealize me and have to do things according. Because it's our first time living in. But drug abuse, really, it's killing us. It's going to kill us. Yeah, I think I'll talk more later.
I don't believe there's anyone else we've left out. So first and foremost, thank you, Achoki, for sharing your story and being vulnerable and strong enough to, you know, just share your own experiences with drug use. And I think it's fair and it's only proper that we again say, just as the same way I said that nobody intentionally starts to use drugs with the intention of ending up an addict. I don't believe anyone, again, starts using drugs with the intention of ending up being an abuser, for that same matter. And I think it's important for us to just demystify that the relationship between drug use and drug abuse, just so that we cannot feel detached from it. Because if you use substances, if you use drugs, and it might not, maybe it's the wording of it, because I feel like drugs is such a hardcore term. I hear drugs and I think, hey, that's pills, that's cocaine, that's like literal, hey, next level junkie or something. But drugs is basic science, anything that alters the normal functioning of your body. So whether it's alcohol, whether it's those cocktails that you like, whether it's a glass of wine, whether it's a roll of marijuana again, whether it's nicotine, whether it's velo, all those are just forms and types of drugs. And I think it's important to say that so long as you are a drug user, you are predisposed to becoming a drug abuser. Yeah. So I'd like none of us to sit from a moral high point like that can't happen to me, because already if you're engaging, you are on the road there. We are anticipating that you don't get there with more awareness, of course, so that you can check and balance yourself. In regards to the question of not always having the information and resources, when it ever happens that you are looked at as the source of help when it comes to a person finding out about their HIV status, I think something I have learned and I am still learning is that you don't always need to have the right words to say, but your presence, your literal presence, you just being there is enough, valid and sustainable as it is. You don't need to always have the right I don't want to say, that's a wrong choice of words. You don't always need to have the solutions. But so long as you're there, you can be able to offer a helping hand, because I think people come to us and share certain information that weighs on them just because they need a buffer. They need someone to share in the pain and confusion. So if you're able to do that, focus less on what you have to say and what you have to do, and focus more on just being there. And I believe if your focus is just on being there and being as supportive as you can, it will play itself out in a very productive way. It won't be easy again. I know sometimes it's weird when somebody comes to you crying and you don't know what to say, so you're just there and you're silent and you feel like you're supposed to be saying something, but no, just be there. You do not have to say anything, you don't have to refer. And if you have access to a person who might know, I feel like that will be a tool that you can use. Network really well with the people in the room. People have access to these services. People know people you can refer to. So use the day wisely, network with people, and focus more on just being there at the end of the day. Just offer your presence in solidarity for the pain and confusion and the human experience. Yeah. Thank you guys, that has been my time.
Oh, thank you so much, Hamisi, for that. People, we can do a better round of snaps. Come on. That was really beautiful, right? Thank you for the submission. Thank you for bringing it so close to home. As you were speaking, it finally made sense to me why a loved one struggled with addiction the way they did. And the connection you actually brought in, I was like, so many years later, although they're late now, but like so many years later, it's actually making sense. And I'm really reflecting right now, and I'm like, in that moment, instead of thinking you should have your life figured out and you should get it together, I could have held so much more compassion for them within that struggle. And I think that's the one thing I'm leaving here with, because yes, there's the public stigma that you spoke about, and there's also the internalized stigma that this person already is struggling with. And the best that we can do as the people around them, or as the person around them now, is to actually be a safe space and to be compassionate. So thank you so much for bringing that so close to home. Kata, could you please take me to the chat box? So that we can see who's in. Hello, Elvis. Thank you so much for joining in. We also have D. Soro. Thank you so much for joining in. Johanna Olo. Asante sana kwa kufika. Setho Juang from Wakanda Hotspot. That's like a really cute name. Thank you for joining in. We are so sorry that you weren't able to hear. Hi, Christopher. Thank you so much for joining in. And yeah. Thank you. We had sorted out the issue, and thank you so much, tech team, for ensuring that happened and everybody could be able to join in. So I think at this point we are going to take a break. We go for tea, And then after that, we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back so that we continue. Our tea break is strictly 10 minutes. So please let's try and have an amazing breakfast as fast as we can. Thank you so much, everybody. Feel free to leave, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Charles, Njuguna, Idi, and Chained Hub. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much. We're leaving for tea break, but we will be back in a bit to join the rest of you who are joining us online. Thank you.
Otter Ultra G1, the new Gen Heat Press. Step into the smart era. Engineered with an intuitive smart system, this scalable, high-performance heat press is designed for versatility, perfect for industrial production, small business, or on-demand garment printing. Your efficient partner for streamlined production. It automatically tracks your daily output, even for batch tasks, so you can easily measure productivity. You can easily customize the settings for your most used projects, making this heat press truly your own. The Otter Ultra G1 features a
katana. Sikia ni juicy, flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu ayaya kituka na shika yami na flow kama maji tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu moja juu ni tamu kama sali. Ni juicy, flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu zinakuudhi, sijali my bro, hebu kama taka juicy juu ni juicy, flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu zinakuudhi, sijali my bro, hebu kama taka juicy juu ni
Thank you.
Hi again. How was breakfast? That's nice. Okay, that's good. Naona mtu ametoka tena moja mwingi. So I'm glad that we all had a beautiful breakfast. Once again, I'd like to just remind us that we are here, courtesy of Emmanuel, and in partnership with Shiners, and of course sponsored by IAS. And this would not be possible without every single one of you amazing, gorgeous, wonderful humans being here. So thank you so much for creating time. For those who are joining us online, once again, we say a very huge thank you. Please feel free to comment in the chat box in case you have any questions, any opinions about whatever any of the speakers is going to talk about. So I'd like to invite the second speaker of the day. Please put your hands together for Glay. Those snaps can do better, humans. Aha, please put your hands together for Glay. Tulisema tunaendelea form ni tunaendelea mpaka afike. So yeah. Oh, awesome. Oh, yeah. Okay, stand there. My apologies, ma'am. Grace Adonai Glay is a dynamic professional and skilled accountant, renowned for her engaging public speaking and unwavering advocacy. With a career built on creative ingenuity and powerful communication, she delivers insightful content and connects authentically with diverse audiences. Grace is a dedicated human rights defender and activist, passionate about speaking truth to power and fostering social change. Once again, for Glay!
for 7 days first. Kama uko kwa nje ya kutumia lazima you must use protection. After 7 days you are now okay with it. Before that you cannot. You have to be protected first while you are using this drug. So there is a bit confusion for the young people because many of the people who are here wanataka vitu za haraka haraka. Yeah. The young people, they need things which go in speed and even instantly. So the correct information on PrEP, they must understand it very well. Then again, they must be patient at the clinic. Many of the young people who are going at the clinic to access the services, lack of information, lack of patience, lack of the accuracy data reports. Yeah. So for the young people, they must be prepared themselves first before accessing these services. Thank you.
Okay, there's a question for you. I love the plan.
Yeah.
Hey, just a concern. I didn't know about that 7 days prior thingy. So I was asking, for instance, you want to take the PrEP medication, and let's say I have a date next week, this coming Saturday. I take the PrEP medication today for Saturday. Well, am I making sense? Wait. I take the medication 7 days prior to Saturday when I have the date, yeah? So that means I'll be safe on the from the 7th day of yeah? So my question is, for how long am I safe after taking this PrEP?
Thank you very much for the question. For you to be safe, as you started using the PrEP day 1, I said before you use this PrEP for 7 days, that is 1 week. If you want to conduct sexism activity, you must protect yourself first, okay? But after that, 7 days, okay? These PrEPs you will use every monthly, because you are at risk of contacting the viruses with the unknown negativity people, okay? So you must protect yourselves. And then again, remember, the PrEP only prevent the HIV viruses to be contacted, but not STD. As sexual transmitted infections is there. So while you are using this PrEP, you must protect yourself again using the condoms, because STD is there. But this PrEP, you must use it every month. But for you to PrEP be effective to you in your body, after 90 days, you will just be okay. Kukisha tumia for 90 days na umeacha kuitumia, tena itakuweka tu another for 90 days, then inaisha, okay? But for you, if you know very well you are at a risk of getting the HIV, maybe for example, multiple partners, when you wanna have nice sex but you don't know their status, you must protect yourself, because now you are at a risk. And if you know very well you are not at a risk, please, you can leave it on yourselves, but you have to consult with the facility, even the doctor or site in charge, okay, or a clinical officer. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to add on something. In as much as after continuing with the PrEP for 3 months, in as much as it will still be on your body, but you never know when the drug amount will wear off. So you still need to use condom. And to elaborate more on the prevention of PrEP, once you start using it, it forms a protection layer. But the first day, the layer is still thin. The virus can still pass through. So the moment it reaches the 7th day, that is when now it becomes it forms a very strong wall to help you prevent you from the virus to enter into your body. And it is for PrEP. That is before sex. Then we have the PEP, which is after sex. You make sure you take it within 72 hours after having sexual intercourse. Then the medication, you take it for 28 days. But kama unajua after every 28 days tena unaenda for another emergency pill, you need to have yourself get enrolled into PrEP. Wewe sasa unafaa kukuwa PrEP user. Wewe hufai kukuwa PrEP user. PEP haifai kuwa each and every time umeshinda tu kwa PEP. Yes. And then for PrEP we have 3 PrEP. We have the injection, we have the ring, and then we have the tablet. Yes, for daily pill. But for the PrEP ring, it only works when you have a vagina, because it only protects vaginal sex. Yes.
There's something that I want to add. Please, praise this outside there. Many young people, these Gen Z people, these are people that disturbance people. These people, you cannot be these people with surety. There is no surety with this young Gen Z, please. Don't ever tell the people again for 72 hours. 72 hours is just for the researchers, please. This is the action. 24 hours, please. Okay? For you to be tested earlier. If it is there something, earlier treatment is better. Because, you know, in that situation or scenario, you can even contact as STD, STSs. Yeah. But for the men's, it reacts later. But for the women's, immediately. Okay? So advise people for 24 hours. 72 hours for the researchers. Okay? Because unapata kuna mwingine enjoy good sex mpaka amerefuse. So unapatanga wengine after the game, mutu amekuwa reluctant even till the morning hours. Mutu hata simama. That is how your brain will work. Because you are now feeding what you are supposed to. But you can't remember you are supposed to wash the dishes. Okay? Thank you.
What happened to the kitchen ukijikata kama ulikuwa unakata nyanya basi? Utaendelea kukata ama you attend to that? It's the same way after having sex. You have to protect yourself as soon as possible before it gets to the worst stage, yeah? Ndio. Ya teni basi might
Thank you so much. Whatever I wanted to say, she's mentioned almost everything. It was just around PrEP and how it works. So PrEP, it starts to work after 7 days. That is when it gets like, it can protect you. And then you have to take it daily, every day, 1 pill. But you also have the event-driven PrEP. Yeah. So that is, you use it when you want to, you know, kujinice.
But I see a business opportunity. I'm a freelancer. Any opportunity I get money, I usually run for it. I think most people are always afraid of going to the shops or the things to get condoms. Most people are always afraid to go to the hospital to ask for PrEP or PEP. True. And something hata si tunaogopa, something is maybe the nurse in question or the person who go for reception will look at you with some eyes, that person will judge you. So if you can get some delivery guys, website, wanted to come out, we deliver this and this to your place. Deliver PrEP. True of all, video, every condom delivery thing is one.
There's a thing, please, just a minute.
There's a thing that I was refused to mention it well for the young Gen Zs. We have event-driven PrEP. Many people, they don't understand well about the event-driven PrEP. These event-driven PrEPs, there were 4 tablets. These event-driven PrEP, they've been using with the people who are HIV negative. If you are HIV positive, you are not eligible to use it. Then again, these 4 tablets, let me say today, I just want to go to have sex, intercourse with someone, okay? I'll use 2 tabs for today. I can't use it right now. Use it and then wait for 20 to 30 minutes, okay? To be effective into your body. Then you can go to have that sex. You are safe. Tomorrow again, the same time, use 1 tablet. The following day again, use the same 1 tablet which remains, okay? If you finish with this, go back to the facility again to seek for the more further services, okay? If you are eligible to use that, you will use it, but not if you are just one. I always telling my young gen says, this is just a sex planning drug for you to be safe. It is, and even again, is something like a business now. Because you know, for women's, you will use PrEP at all. But for this event-driven PrEP for the young gens men, you can plan with it. But it will help you to be safe. Okay? Thank you.
Just a question.
I know it's a burning question, just sit down and then we'll get to that. Another way of preventing HIV infection, a few might agree, a few might disagree, but it's using treatment as prevention. Like for example, I am HIV positive, and I know quite well my partner is HIV positive. What am I doing to ensure that my partner will not contact the virus? Yeah? And as we all know, when you take the drug, the rate at which you might transmit the disease to someone else in a reduced period. So as a person living with HIV and AIDS, it's my responsibility to treat myself so that I cannot make my partner go through the same journey that I as a person is going through. Yeah?
The most okay, that was scary. People who've been raped, most especially people below the age of 18, children. So how about as a people we start advocating for testing kama bado watu ni wadogo, not to cause them stigma but to ensure that they are properly treated before it gets worse. Si kuna kwanga na the 4 stages of HIV, yeah? Stage 1, window stage, stage 2. Hey, watoto wa primary, stage 3. And then, is it full-blown stage, the 4th stage? So hizi stages ziko. How about we discover it while it's still young so that we can start treating it mapema and see how we can counter it. We all know that HIV doesn't have cure, but it has prevention. Yeah? It has ways that we can prevent it. So as a people, as advocates, as human rights defenders, what are we doing to ensure that we make people know that this information exists and it will help them in future? Sindio. Another way of preventing will be when we were in primary school. I don't know if it was primary or high school. I can't really remember because I've been suffering from memory loss due to addiction. Forgive me. But we have is it the ABCD rule? Do you know the ABCD rule? Let me teach you guys ABCD rule. A is for abstaining, B is for be careful, C is for use condoms, and if you linger all these things, it will lead to D for death. That is what we were being taught when we were in primary school. So you either abstain, if you don't abstain, be careful, use condoms, or if you don't be careful, it will lead to. But it's cool that nowadays at least we have access to the medication, yeah. Although F Trump, because it has been a disaster since Alicat USAID, but I'm grateful for the organizations that are ensuring that in one way or another tunazipata. So I think that's it from me for prevention. Listen, wait first. Before we go to recovery now, we've dealt with before you get the HIV. Now we've gotten the HIV. What are we doing to ensure that we recover? Of course, probably the virus won't get out of our system, Cindy. But what are we doing to ensure that we lead a healthy life? So before we get into that, I can now take the 2 questions, only 2, from her. I'm sorry I don't know your name, and then from Stevie. Tutaanza na wewe.
My question was for him when it comes to event-driven prep.
No.
So umepanga mechi. Umejipanga pamoja na hizo dawa zako 4. Leo umejua na kuja umemeza. Kesho akose kushow up. What do you do next? Akuje kesho kutu. Anzia from beginning ama what is it?
It's just okay. You are just fine because you are now just protected, and even again you are just now enough protected your body. Yeah, you are now umbrella blood cells are now just combined together. So now you are ready for the whole of the exercise. You are just now okay. Thank you.
Nimesema stadium imefunguliwa, mechi ianze.
Thank you so much. I have 2 questions. One is for the event-driven prep. You mentioned that they should be taken 30 minutes before the intercourse. 10 to 30 minutes.
You cannot use it right now. Then unanyamaza tu. Because unajua kuna mtu mwenye inakaa sex libido ya mtu.
Ebu wait a minute.
Sometimes inakuwa hivyo, but for me what I know, you can just say 1 to 2 hours, but this for the sex workers, because you know we have men who are doing the sex work. Mtu akitumia saizi, heri akae 20 to 30 minutes, because haizi come for 1 hour, 2 hours, na maybe plants ako na haraka. So it's depends with someone. That's why I've been saying before, for more information, seek the clarification from the doc, okay? Yeah. Before going out with this one. Malizana na daktari kwanza, you get satisfied before.
Uende umalizane huko.
Also another thing, you're
just
so
a
much
second before you say your point. Some people said 2 hours, while he said 10 to 30 minutes. So I don't know what the statistics are really. Can we get the 2 hours side of the story first? Yes, Keta. The microphone, please.
As an individual who has worked as a peer educator, before you become a peer educator, you always go through training from NASCOP, from those entities. And what we were taught, or what I know, is for event-driven prep, you take 2 pills 2 hours before engaging in the sexual activity. 2 hours, that is what I know. Maybe this is a new information. Of course, I'm open to learning.
but from what I was trained on, it is 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yes.
But I think that's a research challenge for all of us. We really need to get the statistics right. So I think I'm also going to learn about that after leaving this place. Is it 2 hours or is it 10 minutes? But also, from the way it works for men, yeah, it's true. So we just have to find like, okay. Yeah, do research. Yes, TV.
Also, on the 2 hours and 10 minutes thing, what if someone crashed the drugs and just take them while they're already crashed? Can the digestion be as fast then? Yes. So the time is still the same, or
This is a GNC class. We are here to learn. We are here to engage. And even we are here to network again.
Yeah.
Okay? For me, we are here to give the right and correct information. Please. You know very well we have many sex workers here and many people that are doing sex because of business. And this drug is here for the men who are doing this business and sexism planners activities, okay? So for me, why I've been mentioned 20 to 30 minutes, this for the sex workers. Unaweza ona tu vile unaweza challenge your clients, please. Upatie dawa kufanya kazi kwa mwili kwanza. Hakuna mambo ya haraka, but according to our researchers is 2 hours. That is the normal thing. As I said before, if condom burst, utangojea 72 hours 3 days. Kesho yake asubuhi kimbilianga hosi upatange matibabu haraka. Unaona? Cause unajua kila mtu kuna vile Mungu alimuumba. Unajua vile na react na dawa iko different na wewe pia vile na react, si ndio? Sasa inafaa kitu ikifanyika immediately. Usikaage hapo unangoja. Enda hosi. Vile nilikuwa nimesema hata ufanye hivyo no. Client atake akose kukuja na ulikuwa umetumia. Still you are safe. Cause sio mambo ya sex tu peke yake. Unaweza pata accident. Unaweza tumia kitu yenye mtu alikuwa ametumia na amekuwa infected na unaenda unatumia. Si imekusaidia. GNC they are just here to challenge the people, but they know the right thing which they were supposed to do. So they are just here just to challenge the brain. Instead of doing more research and act. Unajua the action is very important. Yeah, thank you.
Actions will always speak louder than words. I see a hand back there.
I had 2 questions, and the last one is I've heard things about vaccine, so maybe someone can shed light on that.
You've heard things about
the HIV vaccine, yes.
The vaccine.
If someone can shed light on that.
Okay, before I say something, I see Keta's hand is up, so I'll give them a chance to say something, and then I'll say something. Ukumbele kwanza. Keta.
So on HIV vaccine, that is one of the thematic areas that IS is working around, and we will be having a representative join us later in, and she will shed more light on it because, well, she has more information in regards to that. So for question, utaulize hiyo swali when she joins. Yeah.
Is that okay? So put down the question, utauliza hiyo masa zake. The last question from huko nyuma, and then we proceed.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, the conversation has been converting so much nicely, and whatever I want to ask is that we have been into this, and yes, we are using the driven prep. So, how much are you planned when you plan for that sex? Let's say you have been given the 4 pills. After that, you and your partner mka agree that this thing should continue after 4 days after using the 4 pills. What should you do next after that? Because if sex is sexy, then it should sex. The second one, is that how can we ourselves, I don't know how to frame the question, but just answer the first.
There is a concern here and it's so important. We can have those questions at that time. And then if it's okay with you also, anaweza kujibu after the presentation. Yeah? Thank you for that. Now back to the class. We were talking about prevention, sindio? Now we want to talk about recovery. So what are you doing as a person who's living with HIV and AIDS? Or what is a person living with HIV and AIDS supposed to do to ensure that their journey is not going to be cut short? What are they doing to ensure that at the end of the day, they're keeping people around them safe, plus they're also keeping their lives safe? Yeah? Because at the end of the day, a person living with HIV and AIDS, when they contract diseases like malaria, their chances of being like extremely at risk are higher than a person who's not living with HIV and AIDS. Yeah? So my first point is long-term care. And I think we all know wanasemanga ukimwi haina kinga, si ndio? But just because haina kinga imanishi bado huwezi haina tiba. Sorry. Thank you for the reminder. Just because haina tiba haimanishi huwezi jikinga kwa aina kadhaa. Kiswahili tech. But anyway, while there is currently no widespread cure of HIV, antiretroviral therapy is a manageable condition that allows long-term health. As long as you keep on taking your drugs as you should, as a person living with HIV and AIDS, be certain that you'll have long-term health, and the risks of you getting infected with other infections or other diseases will be minimal. And also keeping in mind the fact that if I am positive and my partner is negative, the more I continue like using the antiretroviral therapy drugs, the more I protect them from contracting the virus. Sindio? And then the other one is comprehensive long-term care and well-being. Recovery in the context of HIV is about long-term survival. It's not about short-term survival. It's about long-term survival. And it also involves improved quality of life and addressing non-HIV related health issues. And with that, I want you guys to tell me, okay, you won't finish. So let me mention my things. And then you guys will also add on a little bit because I'm about to finish the presentation. There is taking medication as prescribed. If the doctor told you the drug is being taken like once a day, please ensure that once a day at the stipulated time you've taken the drug. Like vitu zengine you don't even need like to be forced to do, because it's about protecting you, it's about you surviving in this harsh world, because it's cruel enough that you have the disease, but it's also more cruel that people are stigmatizing you out here. So what are you doing as a person? Ensure that you take the medication as prescribed, and then also go for regular checkups, counseling and mental health services. I'm glad that Squeezy Hadi there are therapists who work online, yeah? You don't have to toka kwa nyumba and just have to walk to a hospital so that you can be given therapy services. You can do it via the phone. So ensure that you go for counseling and mental health services, because I mean, I am a youth, I am unemployed, I'm still figuring out life, I have to take my drugs. That is too much for me. I have to talk to someone. So try as much as you can to ensure that you get the counseling and mental health services that you require. And then as a lawyer, I had to mention this: nutritional support. Ensure that your diet is balanced. Ensure that you're eating foods that are going to boost your immunity. If you have to have an app on your phone that is going to direct you on the type of food you should eat at a specific time, ensure you have it. It's not for the aesthetics, it's for your health. Sawa sawa. And then give people grace and give yourself grace. You see, we have this thing that we love saying, my friends and I, that my mom is still learning how to be a mother, because she learned mothering through me because I'm the firstborn. So I should give her grace because she's still figuring it out. Sindio, it's the same situation na wewe. You've not lived with it before. You're living with it now. Give yourself grace. Like, just give yourself grace. And then if you're someone who's like open to having discussions with people whenever you have something burning, like for example, when Hamisi said like the story of the best friend, that means like the best friend found Hamisi to be a person who's welcoming. So if you're a person who can open up to your closest person, ensure you do so. For me, speaking to people cures my mental health, and I believe that once my mental health is okay, I am able to manage the health of my entire body. Yeah. So ensure that you give yourself grace enough to be able to have people around you, because it's also not advisable to be staying alone for a long period of time when you're going through the HIV recovery journey, because ukikaa peke yako, a lot goes through your mind. Mara ngapi tumesikia someone was found dead in their own home and it wasn't even via femicide, or they were not killed, they took their lives. Ni mara mob. Sindio? So give yourself grace, and also give people grace to be able to be around you. And then also for us, the outside world, people who are not living with HIV and AIDS. I remember when we were coming, tulikuwa tumepotea njia fulani hapa, karibu tupite tuende mbele kabisa. And then tulistop, tukauliza msee wa bike, huyo msee wa bike alikuwa anapita, alikuwa amebeba gas mingi yenye hata akisimama gas inaweza anguka. Tukamuuliza, hii hoteli iko wapi? And then akatuambia, ingieni tu na hiyo njia mmeacha hapo nyuma mwende nayo. And then the first thing I said, unaona hakuna kitu inakukost kukua kind. Unakuanga tu kind ukisonga. So for us who are not maybe victims of HIV and AIDS, I don't know if victims is the right word, but for us who are not living with HIV and AIDS, are we being kind enough to the people outside here that to ensure that they are safe? It's enough that they are taking drugs, just like I said. Bado unataka tena uanze kumstigmatize, bado unataka kuanza kumdiscriminate, like it doesn't make sense, yeah? So just be kind, because kindness won't cost you a penny. And I guess with that, the other discussion that I had in mind was the role that communication plays in holding governments and systems accountable when it comes to matters HIV and AIDS. There's something Achoki Hai. Let me use you kidogo. I've been following Achoki on TikTok. I see her content so much, and her content is around advocacy. So as a people, we have knowledge about these things. Trust me, watu kunje hawajui like venye pepo work. Hawajui hizi types za PrEP hata. They don't even know. So as a person, what are you using your social media accounts for to communicate to people out here? And the more we communicate with that one voice, hii information in one way or another, itafikia gava and they'll be held accountable. So how about we start like doing not really what Achoki is doing, but just advocacy via the platforms that we can afford. I mean, si kila siku tutakuja kwa hii hoteli kukaa, have a conversation. But tunaweza have conversation kwa our devices, true or false. So what are we doing as a people to ensure that the conversations we are having online are related to the knowledge that we have? If it's about HIV, if you have that knowledge, bash it out there. If we are we follow you, we will be able to repost, and the more we repost, the more the information goes to a lot of people, and to prevent like some occurrences from occurring. Yeah. So I guess like as youths who are fond of social media so much, because mimi shamefully, shamelessly, the first thing I do when I wake up is to shika my phone, not even to pray. Oh God, I'm sorry. But as a people, let's just not use our phones for entertainment purposes only. Let's use it for education also, yeah? And make it fun so that mtu asiscroll haraka akipita. For more tips, you can pay me and then I'll inform you. So I guess that's it about my presentation. It was basically talking about solutions in HIV prevention and recovery. And in case I've missed a thing or two, I guess you guys can let me know, or if you have a question, we will do it during the Q&A session, if I may. Sawa? Okay. Microphone, please.
Thank you very much. Mine is just
No, mine is not just a question. Mine is just an addition. I just want to add on long-term health on HIV.
Okay.
So, if someone tested and turned out HIV positive, for this person to have a long life to live, you must adhere to drug. Adherence is very key, important into our health, okay? Because many of the GNCs people, wakishatoka kwa daktari, utapata tu mtu anaweza mweza dawa 2 to 3 months, ana default. The defaultment starts with the dates and the days. Utapata dawa kama alikuwa anatumia dawa saa 3 ya usiku, anasahau. Umeenda out, umerudi late, saa 7, saa 8, saa 9 umesahau. Ukisahau, tumia tu hiyo dawa. Saa hiyo yenye umepata, umefikiria kutumia dawa, utumie hiyo dawa. Isifike ati tomorrow in the morning you want to use the 2 pills. Cause jana ulimiss, sasa unataka utumie ya jana na na ya leo. Haifai, itakusaidia. Bado itakuletea shida. Then into this adherence, it will help you usipatikane kwa opportunistic infections. Opportunistic infections kama imeingia kwa mwili yako, your life will not be on a good spaces, okay? And you must conduct event to be involved or to reach out to be in such groups like psychosocial support groups. Hapo ndio sasa utajua mafunzo vile mnaishi, inaweza kula aje. Cause wengine many Gen Zs complaining, my people, ati sasa hii mambo ya nutrition, balanced diet, mimi sina kazi, nimeenda kuhustle, nalipwa 300, natumia fare. Sasa leo inatakikana nikule omena, na siku ingine pia tulifunzwa sijui tukule nyama. It is upon you how you plan yourselves. For me, what I know, kwa siku moja usikose food, si ndio? Chochote chenye umepata we kula. Wale wenye wameogopa greens, please make sure your daily meal you have a green, okay? Use it. Sometimes wakati unaanza kutumia drugs, unapata dawa kama the reaction of the drugs. Sometimes it happens for 2 to 3 months, okay? Kwa wenye wameanza. Lakini the reactions za hizo drugs I cost time sana. They just leisures, then zitaisha tu. So hiyo lazima mtu akae hapa akijua. When you seek the psychosocial support, things will work well for you. Hautaona uko peke yako. Sometimes your self-esteem itakuwa juu. Cause wakati ulikuwa unaanza utaficha, si ndio? Lakini kama unattend hizi, utapata mwingine pia shida yenye ulikuwa unajifichia, mwingine pia ako nayo. Sharing is very key. Utapata at least motivation from other people, okay? Hizo psychosocial support groups ukiwa huko ndani, utapata even changamoto zingine, motisha, backup support. Sasa your lifelong journey, it will be just okay. Nutrition haimaanishi lazima ukule nyama, ukule siji what. Tafadhali chochote umepata we kula, hata kama ni uji we kula. Bora dawa usimeze bila chakula. Ukikunywa dawa pia kunywa na maji mingi. Kama imesindikana na maji, tumia uji. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I can see Achoki's hand up, but first Denzel's hand is up, so if we can let Denzel ask the question. Denzel. Just a second, Denzel. Just hold on a minute. Is it okay? Ama tuweke mic hapo kwa mic ya Lapi. Kwa yangu. Go ahead, Denzel. Denzel, I'd ask you to hold on kidogo tena. Like it's that laptop it's here.
Vizuri to an extent in vitu vingine, unaona, like your partner pia anaweza kuwa safe, but hii inakuwa achieved only kama una maintain your nini naitwaje, your meds vizuri, unaona. So to an extent that ukienda kupimwa your viral load iko low, that is low, nil, unaona. So with that unaweza have very very normal sex, raw, whatever, without transferring ama infect your partner.
Denzel.
Yeah.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Could you kindly repeat what you've just said? We were trying to connect you to the speaker.
Okay. So kuna hii research ilikuwa inasema like okneni oklandre, yeah, like yenye iwezi kuwa detected, a virus that can be detected can be spread. Unaona? So walikuwa wanasema like kama wewe you are an infected person and you have a partner that ayuko infected, unaona, you can just take your drugs vizuri, your meds fiti on a daily basis with the right time. Na with this una reduce your viral load to nil or something below 100 or 200. So when it's there, like kama iwezi kuwa detected in your blood, inamaanisha you are safe to have sex, whether like unprotected sex, without infecting your partner with the virus. Yeah, it's somewhere ukichunguza iko, unaona. But hii inakuwa attained only kama unameza your meds fiti. To an extent ukienda kupimwa your viral load is nil.
Thank you Denzel.
You're welcome.
I think we kind of mentioned it, but he has explained it quite well. The anti-retrieval hiyo kitu nayo je story. So the more you take it, the more you reduce the chances of like transmitting the infection to your partner, yeah, the virus. Thank you for that. Achieng.
Thank you so much. I'm making it a position that after every speaker I'll be speaking. It's a position. Musiogope mkiona mkonangi kiinuliwa.
Co-speaker.
Mimi ni co-speaker. Thank you so much for it's such a rich conversation with rich people here, and I would not like to say materially, like with the information. I'm honestly learning. And thank you, Glay, for talking about prevention of HIV and AIDS. My interaction with HIV is still, I remember my aunt, she was so sick and so frail. I remember her so vividly. And she used to send me ice, and as a child I was never told that akikupea you ice ufanye nini, usikule. You know, like the way we were treating people with corona, we had like this social distancing between us, we were never sharing plates. My brother, my follower, mpaka saizi ye kwetu penye umekata ugali, if you're a visitor hakati, anakata kwa mama yake, baba yake, watoto wao, even cups. So I don't know, I think it was us growing up with somebody who was sick in the house, and we had things zake and things zetu, and she rested. May her soul continue resting in peace. But I'm also struggling with this idea of pre-exposure prophylaxis. I think it is so sad. It is so sad that we cannot make conscious decision. I don't know if it's talked about much, but the contradictions, the contraindications of PrEP and PEP in our bodies, that even people will have a very lazy, responsible discussion and say, heri mtu akwe na HIV than kukuwa na cancer. Well, we don't talk about even how these drugs can fuck up your system from your kidney, especially if you're using it, you have HIV, and now you're also abusing drugs, and definitely also your material conditions is, and we can never afford to say yeru kuwe na HIV than kukuwa na. You need not to be struggling with physical or mental health. So my struggle was that guy who condomize. Me, I'm always pro manzi, va condom. Kama uwezi misipandi kitanda. Honestly, when I was drinking, I was having irresponsible sex. Himalayas. But
Malayas for Malayas.
So I was having irresponsible sex, and when she was speaking about like unava, for me it was the preparedness, and I loved it. And for me, I'm like, mi nafikanga tu komeji mianza na mkasipia regret like leave and go in the home. Sindio, and you saying it, she was saying it, and I love it. Like unava yo nini yako unameza dawa, but I wish you could even wear more condoms and have that energy of. But then when you are a sex worker, it denies you even that dignity and even the what we call free will to say you over condom, because for me your needs zina matter. Nitalipa rent ama niweze dawa, si niweze dawa nipe do nilipe rent, lanu manze sivai condom ili job yeze. So for me it's just a painful reflection of how it's denying us, but also a reflection to me and drugs and alcohol that we are always on the verge of contracting this disease. Me, I was just there nimempea tu kwa uzuri, but ye nako na HIV na nisho. It's such a sad thing, and I think ni hiyo tu kwa HIV. And I also to tell her that you cannot be devil as Gen Z like that. Gen Z watimo kama Gen Z watimo kama to HIV no chako chod, and people defaulted and died and what. And it's a conversation that you need to invite us without making us feel like, oh, we do the wrong things. But we're also struggling.
Thank you for that. As okay. As I finish, what Achuki has said is very important, and I think, I don't know, kwani inachukuanga seconds ngapi kuvaa condom? The female, I need for the female I know for the female condoms lazima you do it earlier, but for the male condoms manze sini seconds. Like vaa tu hiyo kitu. Just wrap that thing manze. Hiyo ndo sweetie pekee unafaa ukule na rapa. Mbalishe bas.
If the man cannot insert the condom, can you insert yourselves? Professional sex workers, these are the people who has a lot of knowledge and skills. Even you can insert that condom with your mouth. Yeah, you play that, you are just playing with that, the rubber, but you use it yourself with your mouth. Okay. Yeah, you are experts. If you are expert, your skills, because you are in a business, and this thing is just a rush thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, people, thank you so much for making me feel like a member of parliament hapa juu. And if you allow me, Mr. Speakers, I will resume my seat. Thank you for being knowledgeable enough to interact with me through this session. I really appreciate that, and that was my time. Thank you. Mi name nipigie tu makofi, staki snaps.
Thank you so much, Glay. That was really informative. Sindio, can we have a better round of applause for Glay tafadhali? My favorite thing about having young people speak to young people is language yao. Unaonanga ile language barrier tunaongelelea. They have just a way of breaking it all down, and we having a space where vitu zenye zingekuwa complex sasa tungekuwa ka summit fulani. Woi, najua sasa mngekuwa mnalala au mnatumia masimu. But like through all this session I was barely seeing people touch their phones, and then watu wangeshika simu warudi tena in session for the few who are, and I think that that's really beautiful. Thank you so much, Glay, for that beautiful breakdown. I'd just like to remind us again, this is our space. So if you feel like you have anything to say, you have any questions to ask, you have any contributions that you want to, share with the people in the room, please feel free to do that. Keta, can we please check the chat box just in case there is anybody who said anything? For those who are joining us online. Zane is asking, do we have any medic in the house that can validate Denzel's emphasis? I have never heard of that. Okay, so that is very interesting. Is there anything else? Okay, cool. So this is very interesting because the next speaker who's coming on board will actually be able to validate all that because they are a public health officer and a psychologist as well. Can I please have their bio up? All right, so Emmanuel Olo is a medical psychologist transitioning into public health, specializing in community mental health and substance use solutions. He contributes to public health initiatives with the AMPATH Consortium in Kenya. His academic credentials include effective healthcare management, University of Toronto, I don't know how to read that, and he is recognized Jim Leach MasterCard Foundation Fellow at Queen's University, Canada. He remains engaged with research, technology, and local community life in Kenya. Can we please put our hands together for Emmanuel Olo? Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Tusimame kidogo. Stretch. Greet your neighbor. Salamia jirani yako. Muulize jina kama ujui. Sawa, thank you. Let's have a seat. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I was late today because I used public transportation from where I came from, and I have a flu, so mtapardon voice yangu kidogo. Am I loud enough? Sawa. So this morning, when I was about to board the matatu that was coming this way, there's a pregnant lady, a young beautiful lady, alikuwa anakuja kwa matatu, and then the tout akamwambia hi baby. So this lady was mad, you know, akakasirika, and she was shouting, you know, you're not my type, how dare you say something like that. And you know, I was there, finally some drama after kukuwa na wiki yenye ilikuwa boring. But finally this guy kitufani hakuwa anajitetea, alikuwa tu amekaa anamwangalia. And then after the lady came down, this guy says, madam, nilikuwa nakuambia matatu hi baby, sikukuwa nakuambia hi baby. So my presentation today will be around breadcrumbs from my experience, you know, in the mental health space, in the public health space, what I've been doing through the years. So it is not a lecture. I'm just sharing what I know and some, you know, information that I researched. And yesterday night I was looking at some statistics around, you know, the relationship between substance use and mental health and HIV. How do they intersect? And I found some very interesting numbers in Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Though it is US based, but really what I was looking for I didn't find in our context. So I'll just go through them. So there's a very clear establishment, you know, that there's a causality between people who use substance and contracting HIV. I'm not saying everyone who has HIV has used substance or it has been, you know, transmitted through using, the process of people who use and all that. But there's a clear inference that shows using can actually predispose you to contracting HIV. And I'll go through that shortly. And again, that the frequency that we as young people, as adolescents, have sex and have multiple sex partners can also be accelerated in those people who use substance. I don't know if this is clear enough. Yeah. And then also, among the population mentioned to be at most risk in contracting HIV through using substance use. Adolescents and youth between the ages of 15 and 24. That is part of the group that has been mentioned to be at risk. And then definitely men who have sex with men because of anal sex which is not lubricated. We have people who inject drugs, you know, sharing those injectables can also lead to transmission and all that. Yeah. So I'm glad that you're having this conversation because you're youth, you're young people, and I'm glad to be part of the team that contributes to this conversation. So just in summary, in a nutshell, what is the relationship between people who use? Why am I saying there's a clear establishment that using substance can actually contribute to people contracting HIV and AIDS? And really, substance use can expose you. Sijasema addiction, I've not used dependence or addiction because using is using. So substance use, using, because it has altered your, you know, mental capacity function, can actually predispose you to risky behaviors like what? Unprotected sex, having multiple sexual partners. Which other one? I'm saying, what are some of the risky behaviors that can actually be predisposed by people who use substance that can lead them to contract HIV? Polygamy. Yeah, polygamy. You've said polygamy, unprotected sex. Which other one? Injectables, right? Using in general, si lazima ikue addiction or dependence. Influence, sindo, impaired judgment. Mse ameenda club, ya anaangalia tu vitu zina shine. Ujui yako aje ndani, you don't know the status, but ukiona tu ka light skin hivi nini. Mse ameka kia MG na kwanga kile, ameka MG hapo kwa meza ki una feel tu na unaweza jipata kwa bed yake hata ujui ulifika aje unaiva, si ndio? Now, using in the context of those people who have already been infected by HIV, what are the risks? So, using those people who are already infected with HIV, but use because of some reasons which we'll talk about shortly. What are some of the outcomes that you can expect? Yes.
Adherence.
Tapas with the adherence, very important. Yes. No, you wanted to say that. Yes.
This is interesting because I was having a conversation with someone, and I was told HIV is different in different people. I don't know how the science behind it works, but I know there's HIV type 1, type 2, and all that. So if I am infected and I got engaged with somebody else who is also infected, the virus, I can carry their virus. I can get their virus, which will affect my medication, will affect me differently. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Any other?
Also, drugs do not add to the immunity of a person. I believe they take away from the immunity. So if I am a person living with HIV and I use drugs and substances, then I will have a more weakened immunity in as much as I may continue using my ARVs.
Yeah, very important. What generally functions are antiretroviral regimen ama therapy ni gani? ARVs. Functions of ARVs in general, yani, what do they try to do in a person's body who's infected? Boost immunity, so when you take drugs in that context, there is even risk of those drugs to interact na the functions of ARVs, inajaribu ku boost immunity, but it interact with something else, it can bring what? Drug interaction effects, ama inaweza fanya side effects zikuwe pronounced more. So ARVs has iko na side effects. So when you use drugs in that context, can make the side effects become more pronounced. And right now, people can argue. Unajua, being a young person, metabolism is fast. Your organs are functioning optimally. So vitu kama hizi could not be, inaweza kuwa ngumu kidogo, but as you age graph huwa inaenda hivi. So you become, immunity yako pia inakuwa compromise kidogo. And then other non-communicable diseases set in. So unapata hapo ndo inakuwa more pronounced. Saizi inaweza kuwa there's nothing that is happening. I'm using my drugs, I'm taking my ARVs. Yeah, and it's well because like we said, people's body are different. But later on, you'll get to see that. So how does using increase the risk of transmission? How does using, yes.
If you have a problem with your kidney, it won't. You won't be prescribed to use prophylaxis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So important. Yeah. Very important.
I think one of the effects of using is impaired judgment, so that can make somebody be susceptible to transmitting the disease easily.
Yeah. Transmitting, and also puts them at risk of contracting, because when your decision making capacity is compromised, pia vile uko, you're exposing yourself to people who have it, so it is easily to get it. So it puts people at risk of transmitting and doing what? And contracting. Sawa? Tuko pamoja? Yeah. All right. Yes, please.
Can we, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. How about increased sexual, how do I put it? Misbehavior?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, so I'm right.
Can we break that down? Break that down.
Okay. From my own understanding,
yeah.
From my own understanding, kila mtu akona yake. From my own understanding, I want to believe that when drugs are involved, to add on to what Steve had said, it will impair your judgment. Yeah. Through that, someone might be using kitu kama coke, kama weed. Okay, sijatumia coke, I don't know. But from research, weed inafanyanga libido inakuwa high to some people, to others inakuzima, but most of the times inaongeza. So when that happens, you're bound to engage yourself in irresponsible sexual behaviors. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. That is very important, very clear. Thank you so much.
So I think the vulnerability that comes with using can make somebody be exposed to sexual abuse like rape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me just add on to what I'm saying, because Achi akona tashwishi. So, she's asking me to mention the sexual misbehavior. For example, from top of mind, we can decide to indulge in drug consumption, whatever, and then we end up deciding to have an OG. Yeah, an organized group sex. Literally, it happens. It is a bad thing because you are not prepared. You're not prepared mentally to engage in it, and it won't be 100% safe because it was not planned prior. Yeah. That's it for me.
Nice. Anyone?
Okay. My name is Victor. So I came late. From based on, the discussion that we are having here, I'm trying to learn something out of it. And what I'm trying to learn again, however how much we are here, we are discussing about drugs and sort of things. I think we most of us here, we don't have principles that can drive us. No, kindly just get my point clear, because no, let me come. You are talking Achoki. Okay. My point is, from the discussion, most of the discussions that we are having here, I've come to realize that most of us, we don't have principles. And it's funny, people are laughing. But, most of us are getting into problems because we don't stick to our principles. Somebody like me, I wasn't lazimisha kukunywa. Francis know where I do some of my part of hustling. You won't come into my premise and you are like, kunywa, I won't drink. Hata saizi twende tu kwa party, like you call me, I won't drink. If you know very well that you are smoking weed, and once you smoke, unajua tu mazee, inaenda kuwa nguwa tingine mbaya. Unaona? Why don't you just try and control yourself if you have to? No, I know. Let me tell you. It is not easy, but you are aware of what you are doing. You are aware of the repercussions. Unaona? I know it is not easy. Hata mimi kwangu at some point, it is not easy. But how about if we stick to our principles? Principles zangu na zako saa zingine zinaweza kuwa tofauti. Unaona? How are we going to solve certain issues here? Unaona? If I have my principles, niende kwa club. Umejua nikitoka mtaa, nikitoka kijani naenda club, najua naenda kulewa. Naenda kujiachilia. Unaona? But we are aware of the consequences. Unaona? Nitaenda pale, mimi hauwezi nichukua unipeleke club, nikunywe bia mingi ati juu sasa pesa si yangu, ati somebody is buying for me. Unaona? Ndakwambia tu bro imetosha. And sometimes I even differ with my boss. Namwambia bro, siwezi kunywa, hata wewe mwenyewe unajua I can't do this. But am I drinking alcohol? Yes, I drink alcohol. But at what point am I going to drink alcohol? At what point am I going, like somebody like me, vile unasema like ukichoma, utapata like maybe libido inapanda. If you're abusing, for example, you're using weed. Weed is a very funny drug. It works for people differently. Sometimes you can have stress. Ukichoma unapata like umetulia. Kuna msemenya kichoma naongea mingi, kuna msemenya kichoma na nyamaza. Like it works for people differently. Try to understand yourself. Try to understand your body. Unaona? Nikitumia hii, what is going to happen? But we are human beings. At times you might even fail. Unaona? Wewe ukijua tu bana wanzeje mimi nikifanya hivi. I've seen ladies walking with condoms. Wanajua tu mazee mimi naenda club but anything can happen. You're not stupid. Unaona? Actually you've identified who you are. Mimi naenda huku lakini kitu inaweza fanyika. Wacha nijihami. It's not bad, but I'll still stick and say that please kindly let's stick to our principles. Because temptations are going to be there. Unaona? Hata Solomon pale kwa Biblia kuna mahali alimess. Unaona? But you also need to remind yourself that you've got one life to live. So you have to use it well, and you're going to use it well only if you have principles. Unaona? Kuna msee mwenye anakunywa, but utapata Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday akunywi. Friday ataenda pale apige chupa mbili, Saturday, Sunday anajiachilia. Unaona? Usigwe ule msee mwenye Monday ukipigiwa simu you are available, Tuesday you are available. We are going to lose a lot.
Let's do the last two questions. I'll have to proceed. I finish. Okay, yeah, please.
Let me speak first. Whatever Victor has said, Victor, you have said nothing but the truth. But yeah, but I think ni ile ni kama umekimbiza syllabus. I think kulingana na presentation yake tungelekea huko where how now to prevent such situation. Yes.
I have a concern.
Yeah.
From what Victor has shared. Insight, perfect. Delivery, perfect. But we need to realize that we're not doing this just for the sake of it, for the books, no. We have to be so real and so realistic. I'll just interject to a point moja so that I can make my point clear. At times, yes, you have principles. Yes, you want to live by them, you want to function by them, and you want to do it 100%. But kuna time, tuseme tu kweli. Kuna time wewe mwenyewe unajitoa. With the right mind, mimi naenda kufanya nini? Kutafuta mechi. Wewe mwenyewe. It happens. You don't even have to be under the influence. You don't even have to have been triggered by something. Wewe mwenyewe tunajiambia mimi leo naishia. Na unaishia. And at times, the brain works very mysteriously. At times, yes, at the back of mind, unajua kitu unafanya ni wrong, but you still go on and do it. So that is even when you're not indulging in drugs, or you're not consuming drugs. Same happens after you have taken the drugs. For example, neza amua leo, I'm having a very slow day, it's so boring, I can only function when I'm high on weed. Weed makes me productive, but it also makes me so horny. Nitaichukua, knowing very well the side effects are this and this on my body. But I want one side effect to help me someplace else. That is justifying our use of drugs. So when we're having this conversation, I would urge us to be more realistic in whatever we are sharing. And also relate with the people that are actually going through this thing firsthand. Yeah, let us just come up with the solutions that are workable, and yeah.
Yeah. So we take the final one and then we proceed.
Finally, I try to be short. Thank you so much, Victor. Your statement has a lot of nuances. And as someone I'm not moral, but I'm principled. I don't believe in morality. I think drunkenness, we need to look at it more further than not like a character flaw. It's not a character flaw, but it is also for us to invite people to check on ourselves and say, why is this recklessness after drinking? Is it an escaping mechanism? Does it allow me, everyone says, I smoke weed. I smoked it in the morning before I came here. And people tell me, weed makes you horny. But weed gives me motivation, gives me the energy. I use it, but it never even materializes in my material conditions. But now when I went and slept with you, bangi nafanya kuwa oni alilala nani, but no one sees me sleeping or during a night struggling with policy papers and writing and say, bangi namsaidia hii kitu. It's always normally the bad things like. But yes, fire nitumie bangi kufikiria. We were talking with my friend and comrade here, and he was telling me that, maybe we are always looking for something higher, and maybe we get it when we smoke or drink. I am principled, and I also believe in sexual liberation, that it's principled that we are not going to have sex with anyone, that we're not going to sleep with anyone. But people are already sleeping with people, and for various reasons. So how do we talk about this? Not to say, hey, I'm self-righteous, look at me, I don't drink. But it's to invite people without judging them and say, why do we do this when we're drunk? Why was I in bed with some random Otieno who's not even my type? Even when I was living in my bare minimums. I have to self-check and say, it's not because maybe I'm a whore, I might be a little whore, but it's to check on this alcohol drinking and work on it. Why does my friends call me all the time natoka mbio? Because I am broken, because I need that alcohol to escape, because I cannot survive 24-hour system. And how can you help me without telling me, wewe ni malaya, upendi kazi, you are always available. I'm available at my work, but they don't even see my importance. But now when I'm available for sherehe and people, you're around making a problem. I don't know, I have more to share. It's such a good place.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for you sharing your personal experiences. And I think to summarize what I'm getting on my side is that people are different. And whether we like it or not, we have people who use and people who don't use. People have their reasons for using and their reasons for not using. So I want to talk about what can we do about it. Yeah, what can we do about it? And I tried so much to focus this in the context of HIV infection, to prevent yourself from being exposed to contracting HIV and to avoid using when you are already infected with HIV, because hata kama saizi haikuletei shida, baadaye itakuwa kubaya, hiyo na isikudanganye. Yeah, so I want to talk about something called drug-related harm reduction. And harm reduction is a fancy word for strategies to prevent or slow down the health effects that are caused by using, drugs, different types of drugs. People use drugs, there's some harm that they are exposed to related to their health. So I want to talk about what are some of the strategies that we can use to actually help people or help ourselves. So, the truth is not everybody who uses has a problem. That is the truth that we must all acknowledge. So, one, I'd say if you have a partner who's using, now especially amko in the same space, it is important for them to get tested at least every 3 months. 3 months, because I'm trying to look at the window period. Undetectable is equals to untransmittable. Sindo? So I'm trying to look at that period of time, and I'm saying at least every 3 months you should get tested. If you don't do that, you are exposing yourself to get infected, because haujui kwenye yako the judgment is impaired, ama ametumia weed, amekuwa high, haujui amekuwa na nani penye yako, alafu ataiblame on drugs. So it is important to insist to get tested every 3 months. That is harm reduction. Another one is there are some types of drugs zenye talking does not help. Ukitaka kuconvince mtu, ama when you try to bring someone out of it, like these hard drugs, because of the withdrawal that people go through if they immediately stop using. An example is heroin. People die from stopping instantly kutumia heroin because of the side effects. Your body becomes sick. Your body is used to that dose ndo ifunction normally. So ikimiss your dose itakukumbusha, you'll become sick. Sawa. Eldoret, there's a time we were buying syringes for people to use to inject themselves, because unajua jamaa by the end watoke hapo, si jokes, hakuna methadone clinic Eldoret, so you're looking at how many people you are dealing with. Na recovery, like we said, it is unique to every person. So si ati mnaenda at the same speed. What do? You try to reduce the harm. How? When they learn that sharing syringes are exposed to infections, you have reduced the harm. So, at least it's using, but at least they're not exposing themselves to what? To the infection. Or they're not spreading the infection. Kuna ingine mpaka, because I'm high, I take my blood, alafu I inject you with it, so that you get to the same level of high. So that is dangerous. Now, I'm not only talking about HIV. There are a lot of blood-borne infectious diseases, kama hepatitis, that virus replicates so fast, they spread so fast, and they can kill you very fast. So you can have organ damage, and you can end up dying. So that is why it is important to encourage those people who inject themselves as a form of harm reduction to do what? To avoid sharing needles or other sharp objects zenye zina expose kwa. Yeah, exactly. Another one is that yes, unajua ukitumia you become, let's say, horny. Sindo? So what you can do is to make sure that you you take what? Sorry. Sema tu. Mpatie mic. Amplify.
I was thinking out loud that
yes.
when I know that I smoke and I get horny, I can smoke when I have my sexual partner with me. But also thinking it, I'm realizing that maybe even my sexual partner was not consenting to have sex with me during that time. So nikama nitajishughuliki.
That is harm reduction. That is what we are learning. So any other? To part a real life experience. That is the harm reduction. You've taken care of yourself. You've prevented yourself from contracting. Any other ngani? We have talked about always carrying a condom with you. Wanajua tu ukienda sherehe lazima utatoka na mali yako. So ni heri ufanye nini? Beba your stuff. Sawa? Ingine kwa nyumba ma? That is also an option. But si kwa kila mtu. Yeah, there are people who it works for them. Ingine ni gani? Yes.
I think if using makes you vulnerable, you can use the event-driven preps.
Yeah, exactly. Event-driven pre-exposure prophylaxis. Yes. Any other? Yeah, PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis after the intercourse, pre-exposure before being exposed to intercourse. Sindo, by the way, huwezi jua. Sawa. If you have not tested, you won't do what? Yeah. And in fact, window stage, I think when you test, itakuwa negative. Sindo? Yeah. Nile tu sasa you won't transmit. U is equals to U. Yeah. But huwezi jua because unaweza kuwa na mtu mwenye ako window na inaweza kuangukia siku moja ukwe pabaya. So you can't know. Yeah.
Just wanted to say something. With PEP, that should be the last evolution because we've noticed that many people abuse PEP. Many people abuse PEP in the sense that they'll just go have unprotected sex. At the back of their mind, they know, we are vehicle, you know. And at some point, I also think it stops working for you. Now, one day utakipata. So, it should be the last resolution actually. Yeah, if you can prevent something, by all means prevent it.
Yeah. Right, so it is an option, but it is the last option. Yeah. And then also, it is important to find out if you have a drug problem, a using problem. Certain advertise Chiromo group of hospitals, but when you go to their website, there's a tab, there's a button yenye imeandikwa test, psychological tests or something. It will take you to some, uploaded whatever systems that can actually screen you and tell you whether you have a drug problem or whether you are on the verge of having a drug problem. It is important to ujijue. It is also a form of harm reduction. Sawa? Yes.
His point of self-awareness. Kama unajua jana nilikunywa mzinga na ilini mess up. So leo ona ukunywe ataka kuoshe ama ukunywe half.
Exactly. Discipline is very important. Sorry? Counseling, yes. Now I was going to that. This is harm reduction. Now we are going to what treatments are available for people who use drugs. Counseling, there's medication for addiction treatment, which is not advisable when you are on antiretroviral drug interactions. So, but I think with EAJ to your youth, adolescents, maybe your physician can work out something, but usually inaweza amplify those side effects baadaye because of the way they function. Any other? Social support system. The person next to you, the person you trust, the person who allows you to be you without judging you is a very important person. Ule mwenye unaweza enda tu mwambie, by the way, unajua ni aje, jana ilikuwa hivi, nikaenda atela na ikakuwa kubaya, nikatoka nimejipata kwa bed asubuhi, sijui kama tulifanya ama hatukufanya, nimejipata tu tumedoze. Mind you, msea kukuwa amekata maji, mimi nilikuwa nimekata maji, so sijui kitu ili happen. Sawa, ukikuwa kwa crisis kama hizo, these are the people who will be at a better position to help you. Nikimalizia, what are some of the emerging, nani akona swali about treatment? Ama I finish everything and then we can discuss. All right. So what are some of the emerging issues in this space? One, kuna kitu, I'll put it as HIV prevention fatigue. Imefika point yenye people don't even get tested anymore. Like Gen Z nayo tu. Kesi bada. Wasemaga kesi baadaye, wewe twende kesi baadaye. Kuna hizi inaitwa aje? There's a friend of mine who was telling me, ukienda kwa bash alafu usikiwa anasema nadhani sisi wote ni watu wakubwa hapa. That one is going down. And now you don't know the status of these people, ujui kitu inaendelea hapo. Inaweza fanya nini? Inaweza kuweka pabaya, sawa? Transactional sex, prostitution, vitu kama hizo, where one party ako vulnerable in such a way that kuna decisions hawezi make mwenyewe, ama kuna choices hawezi make because of some benefits they are looking for. Sawa? I can't tell you to use a condom when I know you'll give me, hii kazi huwa ina range ya 5k. Watu wananiambia utanipea 15k. Kama ni kama ni raw. So unaamwaje? Unachagua pesa, nao kesi baadaye. Haya, kuna hizi stories za pia za mashuga mami, sugar daddies. Blesser, sponsor. Although those squeezy, there's a shift. I think kuna hii kitu imetokea, ladies turning more into it. OnlyFans. Stories za video, kuuza ma video. Kunyongesha wazungu. Exactly. So squeezy, mademo ana prefer badala ya kuwa na sponsor, heri ni stripie umse, nimpatie nudes zangu, anipatie do nifanye nini? But that is also a dangerous path because there are people, I've actually looked at a few case studies yenye mtu, people have committed suicide. Because inafika point, the demands zina exceed. Unajua this guy can tell you tukutane mahali fulani nini, ama ni expose hizi nudes zako. So dema anafikiria hivi, anaona ni aje. Na inaanza polepole sana. There's another story I was looking at. Ati dema ameshindwa tu kulipa rent tu, ako Nairobi. Alafu siku moja anaingia TikTok live. And then there's a kagaya ako hapo. I don't know what, is there a way mtu anaweza ingia privately or something? Yeah. So there's a guy akamwambia, do you have a red dress? Ilikuwa mtu mmoja peke yake. Akamwambia yes. Can you put it on? I'll give you $10. Dem akaenda akavangu ya red, $10 ikafanya aje? Do you have red lipstick? Go put red lipstick on. I'll give you $50. Dem anaenda anapaka lipstick, anarudi anafanya aje? Ikaenda hivyo mpaka akaenda kwa best yake akamwambia, wewe hujui maneno. Wacha nikushow. Unaweza make 20k in one day. Kwa kustrip. Stripia msee aone mambo yake na kulinge do zake. So historia ya blessa hii kiasi kidogo, generation imekuja nimeona kidogo wanapunguza. Sawa? Alafu harm reduction is being viewed as a strategy to encourage people to use drugs. Sawa? By the way, using is a very complex, there's a very complex science behind using. Easy to need precipitations, things that fuel people to use. At being exposed to peer influence. Nilisoma the same high school na ujamaa. Maybe tumeenda campus the same, kwa shule kuna bar hapo. Mbona mimi nitumie na yasi? So, behind that yenye. So addiction still is one of the hardest things to treat mpaka saizi tukiongea hapa. So the better option is harm reduction. Yes, you're using, but how do you do it? Reduce the risks zenye unaweza pata, health related risks from using. Another one and the last one is media campaigns. So squeezy drugs zinapromotiwa sana. And that the generation that is coming, you know, that is germinating behind us, I think it will be very difficult to convince them, because atakaa hivi anaona Ajib Gadhoni ameshika kabia fulani, probably is being paid to the tune of 300,000 per month juu ya kupromote yote hii peke yake. Sasa hao wanaona hiyo ndio itakuwa nini? Itakuwa career. A lot of these things are being promoted through the media. So, but to finalize, to finish up, I'm going to say that drugs using si kitu itaisha tu siku moja hivi ati drugs ita reduce na nini na nini, because kuna pia systems that are benefiting from it, powerful systems that are benefiting from it. So nakada itamaliza, but it means that everybody has a part to do what? To play. Wewe ukiadvise kale ka sister should have been important to talk about here that we didn't talk about here.
Can we also add rehab as one of the ways of preventing or rather curbing drug addiction in relation to the spread of HIV?
Oh, yes. Actually, there are a lot of people with the HIV who have been, you know, put in rehabs. But sasa the danger is, it has to come from the person. Naweza kuchukua, you know, rehab is a controlled environment. Utanyang'anywa simu, hautaona penye pombe iko, you won't access your pedi. But ile siku mtu anatoka, because alikuwa ameenda rehab ndo wife afanye nini? Wife atulie. So ile time anatoka hivi aone tu hapo kaba, ama nisikia kuwatch ball aende ba hivi. Akionja hivi they go back to square one again, they start afresh. So it is important to encourage people that it should come from them. But yes, it is an option, especially kama usually it is an option when people wanakaa ku cause harm to others or themselves. Mtu akianza kuwa violent, akianza kufanya hizo vitu, then that can be an option haiko in a controlled environment. But someone who can think for themselves, it is important to do what? To use other strategies. And then drugs. Yes, there is a point where inafika because the dawa ina these psychoactive drugs, wanasemanga mlevi ni kama mtoto mdogo. Someone who is intoxicated so much cannot reason like a sober person. So mtu kama hiyo uwezi mpatia umwambie okay ndio hii disulfiram you're going to meza hivi na hivi na hivi. What they'll do sometimes watasahau hata hiyo timeline ya kumeza, ama they'll use it and take drugs again, and what that does inakuwa deadly, so it can kill someone. So that is why someone is put in a rehab, because hapo iko control, tunaweza kupatia madawa na tuko sure hakuna kitu itafanyika. Mtu mwenye ako nje, it is not advisable kufanya aje kutumia madawa.
I have a question. Ni madawa za kukunywa ama ni madawa ya kumeza?
Ya kumeza na kuna pia za kukunywa. Like there are drugs zile ukitumia you can keep getting high and high and high mpaka ina affect organs zako, it causes organ dysfunction or something. Unapata mtu anakuwa na respiratory depression, the lungs stop functioning, ama the heartbeat inaenda mpaka anakuwa flatlined. So there is something that has been precipitated yenye ina resemble your heroin na effects. Iko na kitu inaitwa healing effects. It means yes you'll feel high, but there's a limit, utakuwa high mpaka hapo. So that one is safely given to you. Yes, body yako ita notice ile level ya heroin yenye anatumia leo ni kidogo na itakupatia hizo withdrawal symptoms, but the reason why you are in a clinic utapatiwa dawa za kucounter hizo withdrawal symptoms. So that is how they balance, wakireduce polepole hiyo dawa ingine mpaka inafika mahali it is safe kidogo.
Can I tell you a funny thing that we were told when we were growing, or as a young adult about hizo rehabilitation? Ati kila siku kama wewe umeenda huko unakuwa na shida ya kukunywa pombe, unapewa kidogo. Hadi leo unakunyanga mzinga, leo atakupea mzinga, next week wana reduce wanakupea kijiko moja moja, alafu inafika siku yenye wakupei, alafu unaanza tu
Actually that works. Hiyo ina work. And there are programs that are doing that, even community based programs that are doing that as a form of harm reduction pia.
Okay. I think from the whole presentation, we are seeing the emerging trend kwa ground is that drug and substance abuse is becoming more and more common. Yeah. People are becoming more exposed to it. It's show up kwa FYP zetu more and more because it's being advertised more. And I like your narrative of appreciating the fact that we can't do away with the vice altogether, and the most appropriate means of combating this looks like harm reduction. But I think my question also is, so is this just us accepting a reality that drug and substance abuse is here with us to stay? Because I know that's the realistic point of view, but it's also intimidating to think of it like that. Yeah. But I think I'm trying to ask a question, like I keep answering myself.
Yeah, I think I'd say it is us. It is not about us. It is about those people we are trying to help. Tunajileta level yao. Bro, I don't know why you are using alcohol. I know you have struggled with it for so long, but this is what you can do to prevent yourself from getting HIV and AIDS.
Yeah, last. I was in Nairobi, but I've also noticed it in Kisumu. The amount of money spent on advertising alcohol in this continent it's crazy. Around Junction Molongong Road, they are pulling ikitu ya Jameson. I stood kanda barabara, and they are busy, and it's so big. They're advertising alcohol in a big billboard, a big one, and it's in the middle of town. In Kisumu, there's a Black Label, Kunadia, Mattel. The level of it worries me. It is worrying me that when you open your phone, there's somebody always using drug. On your left, there is some drug thing. On your right, there's a whole fucking billboard around drugs. But then also for me, translating to me is that watu wanatudinya sana mpaka wanajua tu ni pombe ndio tunaweza find like your solace. Jumi unaona mimi sinangi tu pombe kama naamka asubuhi naenda ka locals, naonanga ni motivation yangu gani imenitoa leo kwa nyumba kukunywa. Then I realize boy niko fucked up because ni kucolonize tu akili ya mtu. Juu mbona si nyinyi mshaona advertisements za pombe everywhere, every clubs in Kisumu. Penye we were having our writing residency opposite. Hey guys, you need to clap for me. I was in that residency and I never took alcohol or smoked to me. I know, wasn't you run kana walevi. But nilicross kumoja sana tembea na acha nione mtaa. Ba na iko na majina yote funny you'll ever think of. Mpaka ile nina relate nayo. Ba mpaka nikauliza rafiki yangu what is wrong? And zimechrome. Unadhani ati ziko empty, zilikuwa zimechrome zote. Me I'm worried in the level of drug and substance abuse in this country. It is worrying. They want to kill us.
For me, I just wanted to clarify on something. Can government policy be one of the drugs reduction?
You see the problem. Even the government, we have powerful people who are benefiting from the same system. So.
Okay. Achok. Okay, get my point. So, however, how much we are going to complain about alcohol industry, let me just use that term. There are certain things you need to learn to differentiate. There are people who are in business, and they are trying to market whatever they are producing within the market. I'll still go back to what I said earlier. If you have your principles, you're going to manage this. Kuteleza iko. We are human beings. That is why I'm not going to go 100% with that. Sigara, those who are smoking cigarettes, sigara iko na jeneza. And people are still smoking. Unaona? Iko na jeneza pale. There are some rotten lungs, whatever, cancer. And people are still, kuna tu mtu atatu pale anavuta hiyo packet. And I like what Mr. Olo said. It is you. I used to have an uncle who used to smoke a packet of cigarette in a day. But okay, funny enough, he was free with me because ni mimi ndio nilikuwa natumwa kila wakati. He came up with the decision that I want to stop. And stopping smoking cigarette is not a one-day thing. Alianza na packet, alitoka kwa packet akakuja kwa nusu ya packet, akaenda kwa mbili within a day, ikafika point yenye sigara moja alikuwa anavuta within a week. Ile yenye nazima. Ilifika di point yenye sasa hakuwa anavuta. Hata like that urge, umejua sigara iko na kiu ingine mbaya sana. Ilifika point yenye alikuwa anaweza manage. Trust me, there are those who are coming to certain areas mali changa inauzwa. Alizaliwa kama changa inauzwa hapo, amesomeshwa maybe na hiyo changa, ameenda shule, unaona, lakini hajawahi onja. Hata maybe kama ameonja, anaona vile changa inafanya watu within the community. So it is you again. Pombe zinaenda kukuja. Nani alijua ati county itakuwa? Tuko na county. Unaona? Lemon ginger. Saizi kuna hadi siji Captain Morgan whatever. And they are being mark you, however how much we are going to complain about this, utapata jalasa zingine yako pale na market pombe fulani. Ni pesa. It is business. There is business and then there is now that your personal life, how you are going to take care of yourself. Yeah, asante.
On that subject, there is this one thing a friend of mine told me, that if we want to fight addiction, if we want to fight substance use, we have to fight poverty, because it all comes back down to poverty. But now, how that does look like, especially in the African context, I had to send mbali, twende Kenya. How does that look like for us, fighting poverty? Well, if you want to fight substance abuse, we have to fight poverty. So how does that look like?
So I think poverty, I think yes, that is a contributing factor, but not entirely, because we have people who are rich who are also using. We have states zenye people hata ukikula lazima tei kwa hapo ya ku. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Let me take a little bit of it, my contribution. I just want to add something on government licensed and the distributors. These people have the license from the government, so this is a business. So when it comes to us, hautakataza mtu kufanya advertisement yake cause they paid. Unaona? Hata hizo zenye billboards kubwa kubwa zenye mnaona hizo, huwa wanalipa. License wanatoa wapi? Kwa government. That's why unaona kwa hii Kenya, the NACADA team works hard to see on how we can reduce this drug and substance abuse using. Hata even here in Kisumu, there's a lot of other challenges. Cause unapata hata clubs sio zimefunguliwa hata karibu na shule surely. Unaona? So it is upon you to act yourselves. Your life vile unataka ikue and your behaviors. Vile unaona kama inasemekana, you are supposed to restrict other things. But you cannot start it immediately, then utakosa kabisa. No, start slowly by slowly, things will change. This is Kenya, and here we are. And we have all such things here. So it is upon you yourselves. Give the correct information outside there. If you cannot, refer. Refer will do better. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
I think we can take the last one and then we can.
Yes, I'm the last person, and I'm mad. I'm mad, Manuel. You know why I think I'm mad? I'm like mad. I'm mad like I'm losing it. I'm insane. I am insane because there's something people want to sell to me, and it's something that will make me feel nice, like I have free will, or that I am autonomous, that I can make decisions. You know, advertising is just to sell information. You know the way they advertise to you with friends. So they make it okay that alcohol should be a social drinking. When marafiki zako umekuja hapo, unapata na mtu akona pombe. You know, advertising that doesn't give us facts about the health hazards alcohol has. But also it's a power conversation. That now you want to put all the burden on the consumers, while the alcohol industry makes a lot of money on alcohol. They can use the same money really to also control information. Because what the fuck is, like when I enter a city, the first thing I'm seeing is some Jack Daniels guy. Yeah, yes, it is. Yeah, people will come and tell me that I have autonomy, I have free will, you know, as the consumer. But still, it is easier. It is always easier to throw the blame at me, the consumer, while not to argue with these systems that allow alcohol every time. Advertisement ya uko na mabeshte yako you're drinking. We can just exist here, just chilling and talking without drinking. But there's an advertisement that, or even sexual relationship, there's an advertisement for that. It's to provide info. There's no free will at your me. It's an autonomous person. I'll decide. No, it is to argue with this. It's like telling people, "Mnatupa plastics kwa river yala." While Coca-Cola, a monopolist company making millions, awana producer nini hiyo ya kizungu ya watu wa UN ya kuallow mtu sijasi tengeneze plastic. Argue with those rich people. But tunani, Emmanuel. Manu, yes, alcohol is a result of poverty. I agree. And I'm not saying that rich people don't drink alcohol. It's that poor people drink a lot of alcohol, and it's cheap alcohol. That even changa yenye my grandmother made pure has been commercialized, and the government can only decide if it is legal or it is not illegal. And we also want to make profit. Yo changa imemixiwa na sijui some form of very poisonous things that poison us. It's just a fuckery. And we drink because of, if I had a job and something good and a love or a companion in families, I would not really drink as much. But even rich people have that. You know, rich people think when you get money, you are immune to any other struggles. No, sometimes mtu ananikata na shanga mbona ananikata na niko na do. You know, because you think that you're all it's dependent on your material, on your monetary contributions. So mimi as a consumer of alcohol, you cannot put the blame and tell me ajie ngo nini. Fuck KBL for putting all that shit there and not tagging the system. Amen to that. I don't know.
Nice. Thank you so much. I think we look at some of these comments from our guys joining online. We have Denzel, we see you. In as much as kuna principles to sisahau the aspect of mental state and health, na venye inaweza influence our actions and emotions. I like that he has clarified that mental health is a state. It can either be good or bad. So people can use, because of having poor mental health states. Sindo, you can use and then you end up doing what? Engaging in risky behaviors and you end up contracting what? HIV and AIDS. So it is related. It can cause, iko vice versa. Kiingereza ni ngumu.
Yeah, National Chain is saying, I wish someday we could also have testimonies and forums of people who live with HIV and AIDS, advocating for HIV prevention and everything, we need to know. And there's a comment from National as well.
I've also grown up knowing persons living with AIDS are never interested in protecting wenye hawana, but no alama ya dukuduku. So Nation feels like people living with HIV are not protecting those who are not living with HIV. And then Charles Njuguna is also saying, actually that is what happens in facilities. You are trained on how to minimize until you need it no more. And National Ching again, can we please get a brief explanation on someone having low viral load and then not infecting their intimate partner or even client? And for how long unaweza kuwa in the state without infecting mwingine? Denzel, a positive person aki-maintain medication zake fit is straight for 3 to 6 months, and that means taking them daily and on time with proper nutrition, then aende kupimwa his or her viral load, which is tested after every 6 months for positive persons. The viral load yani the number of virus in the person's in that person's blood stream itakuwa nil or extremely low, and it's this point ndio mse ako safe kuhave unprotected sex with the partner bila kuinfect the partner. Will that do? Amani explain further. I think that is well understood. Yeah. And then Don Alex, as much as you are so self-aware of the pros and cons of HIV and AIDS and use and misuse of drugs, let's minimize and be cautious of the disadvantages and advantages of our actions. Yeah.
Nice. So I think majorly those are comments.
Yes.
Maybe I'll allow kama kuna an expert, someone with lived experience, ata explain your part ya HIV and transmission. I know, but I don't want to talk about it when there is someone who can give a better explanation on that. Sawa. So my parting shot on what we have talked about. There's an interesting story about a hummingbird. Unajua hummingbird? Yes. Like a small bird. So there's a forest and there's a fire in the forest. The hummingbird zilikuwa, because they work together, they were going to the river, zinachukua maji kidogo kwa mdomo, and they're coming to try to put off the fire. And in that sense, big animals zikaanza kukuja polepole. So elephants and all that zilikuwa zinabeba maji zikipeleka kujaribu kuzima moto. At the end of the day, the fire was put out. This story is not about hummingbirds. I hope tumeelewa. I'm not talking about hummingbirds. And the last thing I'd like to say is, if you have started, if you have not started, you can say no. If you have started, it is easier to stop. But if you have reached to the point of addiction, you need a professional to help you do what? Come out of it. Sawa. Kuna wale wase wanatumianga tu kujibamba, it is easier to stop. Because ukijitolea, it is a learned behavior. The way behavior is slowly learned, it can slowly be unlearned. So it is easier to to talk yourself out of it. But ikifika ile point yenye, when you wake up, the first thing you think about is drugs. You're feeling guilty when people talk about you are using. You cannot get your things done because you are using. That is what we call dysfunction. And that is addiction or dependence. And you need a health professional to do what? Help you come out of it. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time.
So I'm sorry guys, we started late, so just allow us to maliza ndio tune lunch once. We have I think we have 3 more segments. One is to play a video from one of the speakers, which is 12 minutes, and then we have a round of a panel discussion, which is 20 minutes or less, and then we'll have IS presentation, and then a representative for IS, who is Daria, who is already in the meeting, will close the meeting for us. So just bear with us. I'm sorry.
Hi, humans. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for that. I think hila kitu ilikuwa program so strategically, because also tumefikia that place where we're talking about mental wellness and we're speaking recovery as well, right? So thank you so much for breaking that down for us as well. Iko wapi makofi ya Emmanuel tafadhali? That was so beautifully done. Sindio? All right. I'm requesting tusimame kidogo before we play the video for Panashe, who's our next speaker. For those who are joining in online, karibuni sana once again. Thank you for sticking with us to this point. We also want to recognize the presence of Daria, the Associate Project Manager for IAS. Thank you so much for also joining in. We'll get to hear from her a little bit later on. So I'm going to request we just divide ourselves into two groups. So we do a little bit of an exercise, and then now we get back into the other stuff. Two groups. Kujeni huku. Kujeni tu hivi. Venye mko hapa hivi. Kujeni tu hivi. Kuja tu huku. Sinde huku. Itabidi umetoka kwa the seat so that we are standing somewhere close to each other where we can converse. This group has really figured it out already. Mkwe karibu. Mesh. Like, be close to each other. Like, make some sort of a circle there. Let me say it that way. So it's a very simple game. What we're going to do is, wangapi walienda nursery school? Hey, oh, what's wa kindergarten? Mko wapi? East side. This exercise will actually tell kama mlienda nursery school au mlienda kindergarten. But let's see that. So what we're going to do is pretty simple. Mnakumbuka zile songs tulikuwa tunaimbanga kama entertainment tukiwa nursery? So every single side is going to come up with a song. Wanamaliza hivi, mnaingia kwa song yenu. And imagine you're a child again, okay? Bring out the little baby in you and have a good time with it. So when you start singing, clap, dance, move, make merry, just be happy, be joyful. The world is already tough enough, right? And then we get back into Panashe's presentation. So are you people ready? Guys. No, for example, baby Jesus, I love you. So if you're part of my team, you're supposed to be like excited as well. You guys are singing like I'm doing the whole thing, yeah? So are you guys ready now? Okay, let's try this again. Are you guys ready now? Cool. So we're starting over here. The war against addiction. This is how we win the war against HIV. This is our moment. Sawa. Alright, so let's go. Tunaanza huku. Nikisema stop, you stop, we move to the next. Alright, so let's go. Read your Bible, pray every day, pray every day, pray every day. Read your Bible, pray every day if you want to grow. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Stop, let's go. Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark. Let's go. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Stop, let's go. Father Abraham had many sons, many sons, oh Father Abraham. Row your boat, row your boat, gently down the stream. Stop, let's go. Trust and obey, for there's no other way to be happy. Nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama. Thank you so much, everybody, for being such an amazing sport. So Daria needs to step out, so I'm going to give her this opportunity to just say hi to the rest of us, and yeah, welcome, Daria. Hi, Daria. Could you hold on just for a second? Sorry, can you say that again? All right, yeah. Go ahead, Daria. It's okay now.
Did you say anything to me?
Yeah, I'm saying
It's not.
Hi, Daria. I'm saying it's okay. You
I'm
can
just going to continue, otherwise you can also write in the chat. Thank you so much to Emmanuel for organizing this meeting. It's really nice to see all of you being so engaged and interested in this topic, bringing all of this energy and interest in moving change. So I think you'll be the best to have any kind of action points at the end of the meeting. I hope this goes further beyond today. And I know Emmanuel has some slides later on anything any of the actions you can take with the IAS. We just launched our scholarship program, for example, for our next conference in Rio next summer. So I hope this will be of interest to you. And of course, the Youth Hub. If you have a great idea on how to make the HIV response and how to make programs better for people who use drugs. We encourage you to apply to our grant programs. We're always interested in seeing what young people are up to and how we can support you better. So yeah, I hope to see a lot of you in our Young Leaders program. And yeah, all the best, and thank you so much to Emmanuel. If you have any questions, I can put my email in the chat and you can reach out. Well, right now, I still have a few minutes left, so if you have any questions, of course, we can also address them now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask something about the HIV vaccine. If maybe you can shed more light about it. I don't know more information about it. So maybe what do you know about it that you can learn from me today?
I see there is a question in the chat. So the question on HIV vaccine, do you mean the process within our program working on HIV vaccine, or the vaccine like in general, like in terms of research? And I also have to say, because I don't work on this program, in general. I have to say I'm not an expert in this field, but maybe you want to go to any of the sessions or have a look on IS Plus. I'm going to put this in the chat, where we have some resources on vaccine. And we have a fully dedicated program on this. So maybe I can also find the email address of the team. So this is in the chat. We have our learning platform IS Plus. And you can look up specific topics you're interested in, and then, for example, any conference sessions on this topic come up. So this could be a great resource. Otherwise, I'll put a link to our vaccine program in the chat, because unfortunately this is not at all my expertise. Is there anything else? Okay, thanks so much. Have a good rest of your meeting. It was lovely seeing you all. Bye.
All right, awesome. Thank you everybody for that. So now I'm going to, is everything okay? Okay, cool. So now I am going to invite Kata to play for us the video on Panacea submission for the day.
Or what we have researched is young people in rural areas or marginalized communities, they work more than Good morning, good afternoon, hello everyone. I am Panacea Mingwa from Zimbabwe, and I'm with the Young People's Network on Health and Well-Being, a network for the young people, by the young people, where we are championing the universal access to sexual reproductive health services in Zimbabwe. I'm also a social worker and a young leader for the International AIDS Society under the 2025 cohort. I am super excited to be joining you through this regional workshop. So I'll be taking you through my presentation. So often young people in our region are facing a number of challenges in accessing their sexual reproductive health services or any other services. And there are a number of barriers that are hindering this access. So what I've noticed, or what we have researched, is young people in rural areas or marginalized communities, they walk more than 5 kilometers just to go and access a service. Imagine a situation whereby you want your heart medication and you need to go for a refill, but you have to walk 10 kilometers just to go and get a refill. Or you want to book an appointment with a healthcare provider, but you have to walk for that appointment just to go and book because there is no internet connection. So these are some of the issues that young people in our country, in our region, are still experiencing when it comes to accessing their sexual reproductive health service. We also have poor infrastructure or poor facilities whereby young people with disability, they fail to access, where young people with disability fail to access sexual reproductive health services because maybe a facility do not have disability accommodative infrastructure. Or sometimes we get to a health facility, but there is no one who can interpret sign language. Healthcare providers, there's no a health provider who can interpret sign language, or the infrastructure is not accommodating young people with disability. So these are some of the issues that are still being experienced by our young people, in Zimbabwe, in our region. Then we go to policy inconsistency. So many countries in our region are good at formulating policies. We are so good at formulation of policies, but when it comes to implementation, it's totally a different story. So, for example, we've got the famous Abuja Declaration. Most countries in Southern African region, they committed to the Abuja Declaration. But if we go and follow up, if the commitments they're being kept or the promises that were made are being kept, it's totally a different issue on ground. There is late disinvestment of funds to some of the governments. There are late disbursements of funds. We see slow rollout of health commodities, and a gap between policy and practice is still leaving us young people vulnerable. Then stigma and discrimination also play a huge role. Too often people walk into a clinic feeling anxious. A young person, too often we go to clinic feeling anxious. Will I get the service? Will I not get judged if I ask that I want if I go and ask them that I want protection, that I want contraceptive? Will I not get judged because of that? So too often stigma and discrimination from healthcare providers, even from the community, still hinders access to sexual reproductive health services among young people in our region. Then limited access to information.
What are you looking at
There's
on
so
this
many
WhatsApp wall?
misconception. Well, what can we do to involve marginalized communities in HIV prevention and recovery? I suggest, in my opinion, I suggest we continue to have targeted programs that target the vulnerable members in the community, so that they're not excluded from programming, so that they're continuously engaged in any activity. For example, here in Zimbabwe, we have got the Dreams Project. This is a project which is empowering young girls who representation in decision-making boards. Inclusive representation in decision-making board is so important when it comes to inclusion of marginalized communities. For example, persons with disability populations. This, if these persons, if these people, if these young people are given a platform, are represented equally in decision-making bodies. If I ask that I want, if I go and ask them that I want protection, that I want contraceptive, will I not get judged because of that? So too often stigma and discrimination from healthcare providers, even from the community, still hinders access to sexual and reproductive health services among young people in our region. Then limited access to information. There's so many misconceptions. Well, what can we do to involve marginalized communities in I suggest, in my opinion, I suggest we continue to have targeted programs that targets the vulnerable members in the community, so that they are not excluded from programming, so that they are continuously engaged in any activity. For example, here in Zimbabwe, we have got the Dreams Project. This is a project which is empowering young girls and young boys who are living with HIV, and they're getting school fees assistance. These are targeted interventions that are helping to uplift the life of young people. So if we have such targeted interventions, such targeted programs, they can help in not leaving anyone behind, inclusion of everyone. So targeted programs or innovations, there's two serve as an important aspect when it comes to HIV prevention. Then we have got if we have inclusive representation in decision-making boards, inclusive representation in decision-making board is so important when it comes to inclusion of marginalized communities. For example, persons with disability, young people living with HIV, the key populations. If these persons, if these people, if these young people are given a platform, are represented equally in decision-making bodies, this can help in this can save in HIV prevention and recovery, because every voice is not left behind and every voice will be at the table. Then we supporting youth-led projects, supporting youth innovations and initiatives is also an important aspect in HIV prevention. Young people are stakeholders, young people are innovative. If what we just need is capacity, we have the capacity, what we just need is support, are resources. So if our ideas are supported, we can change the world, we can champion the HIV prevention aspect. So youth-led projects need to be supported so that everyone is involved, everyone is not left behind. We also have mobile outreaches. Young people, there's two young people in hard to reach areas, be it rural areas. That same young person is walking more than 20 kilometers just to go and access a service. If we get to program, if we get to bring a service to them, if we continuously do those mobile outreach services, we go with the service to them, it means that they are not left behind in HIV prevention. And this will help in cutting the number of infections within our communities. So, yeah. So, how is mentorship important in HIV prevention or HIV advocacy? Well, mentorship fuels advocacy leadership through networking and exposure. You get to network and you get to be exposed to like-minded people who are into the same field with you. You get to learn, you get to share ideas, experiences, and best practices on how to promote HIV prevention or how to reduce HIV infections in the community. Then through mentorship, you get a chance to have emotional support, because when it comes to advocacy work, it can get draining. So you'll be needing someone whom you look up to, someone who guides and supports, someone whom you cry on, to a shoulder to cry on. So mentorship provides emotional support. So, and also skills transfer. You get to learn a lot of things. As long as you have a mentor, you get to learn how to write abstract, you get to learn how to speak, how to execute your advocacy work. So mentorship still serves as an important aspect when it comes to HIV advocacy work. Okay, wow, that's an amazing question. What does a youth-friendly system look like in practice and not on paper? So, in my opinion, a youth-friendly system should be a supportive system which funds a young person idea, which supports young people with resources, and which consider young people as equal partners, as stakeholders, not just as treating us like beneficiaries, but a youth-friendly system would look like, for me, and also a youth-friendly system that gives young people a chance to be part of those decision-making bodies, so that no young person is left behind. Because when it comes to young people, we are not a homogeneous group, so we always want that inclusion, that representation, that everyone is represented, considering that young people, we are not a homogeneous group, so we want every young person to be represented in all their diverse. Then, so My call to action is
All right. Thank you so much, Panache in absentia, for that amazing submission. Mmesikia kitu hapo? Meget? Eh? Okay, so let me choose to trust you people. Nisikuwe na trust issues. But yeah, I like that anamaliza on the note of us actually also having a part to play. And that's like a thing all the speakers have been talking about since tuanze. So I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Keta on stage just to let us know what opportunities are available to us in connection to the IS Youth Hub. What is it all about? How can we be equal partners in it as well? And how can we get ourselves involved in that? So please put your hands together for the man of the hour. Keta! Unaongea from here. Okay.
I had no idea 12 minutes was that long. I kept wondering. Thank you once again for this opportunity. So I'll just do a run through. Almost everything has been said. So I'll just do a run through of what IS is all about, because that was part of the main objective of this meeting. Just give me a minute. Then after this tumemaliza, so yeah, so introducing the International AIDS Society and its Youth Hub. So we are the International AIDS Society. AIDS International Society basically works around HIV prevention in global spaces. So they work internationally. The IS is the world's largest association of HIV professionals with more than 13,000 members in over 170 countries. The IS unites the global HIV response because progress happens when science, policy, and activism come together. What we do, they host the world's most significant HIV conference, and through our programs, which focus on closing scientific gaps, disseminating the latest research and improving health services, which all contribute to their vision, which is a world in which the HIV pandemic is no longer a present threat to public health and individual well-being. How they work, they convene leading minds to accelerate scientific discovery. They advocate for evidence-based and stigma-free policies. They educate change makers to ensure the global HIV response follows the science and put people first. Very important. There are international conferences. We have International AIDS Conference, the world's largest conference on HIV and AIDS. We have one next year in Rio, Brazil. We have IS Conference on Science HIV, which happened this year in July in Rwanda. So if this year they have International AIDS Society, the following year they have AIDS Conference. And then they have HIV R4P, which is for researchers. And yeah, so they have the AIDS 2026, which will be on 25th to 30th July, will happen in Rio, Brazil. The registration one. So the IS conference scholarship program. So if you want to attend, you can apply for it. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So let me share again. Yeah, the IS conference scholarship program, there's that. And then if you are interested in next year's AIDS conference 2026, you apply for it between 20th November and 27th January. There is a webinar on how to apply on Thursday 27th November. Haijafika bado, si ndio? yeah, which will be 13 hours. So if you are interested, nitafute, I will share the link with you. And then they have membership. Their membership is paid. The Youth Hub. So what is the Youth Hub? The Youth Hub enables young people to develop innovative ideas, effective approaches to address the challenges that young people living with or affected by HIV face. Youth Hub seed, they are closed, but you apply for 10,000 USD seed grant to implement or scale up an HIV-related innovative project for over a period of 6 months. There's capacity building in monitoring and evaluation, reporting and communications, and networking opportunities. You also get to travel to the International AIDS Conference or IS Conference on HIV science. You are included in the IS Young Leaders Program. I was part of that program in this year's conference, and it's a good opportunity to network. I knew Panashe from there, by the way. Yeah. So Young Leaders Program, the Young Leaders Program is offered at the International AIDS Society AIS Conference on HIV Science for Young People. It includes meeting with featured speakers and AIS leadership, an innovation workshop, one-on-one career forum, networking opportunities. Their HR teaches you how to write your CV. Is it right? No, how to... Kizungu imepotea, guys. That thing, your CV, yes. Then Pitch Perfect, Young Leaders Take the Mic. This is a program on the main global stage at village. They have a global village program at every AIDS society, AIDS conference, which will be next year as well. Youth Hub workshops, this is one of them. So they choose 10 former young leaders who are selected to implement a workshop in their communities with a stipend that brings young people together and ignites the transformative power of led initiative. So this was a success because of Youth Hub workshops. So if you apply, get selected, you get to host one of these. Yeah, and then virtual events. Yeah, virtual events, they cover grants and scholarships, applications, public speaking, career development, gender prevention. Courses, yeah, they have courses on monitoring. These are short courses: monitoring and evaluation and learning 101, project management 101, fundraising 101, gender and HIV, mental health and HIV, differentiated service delivery for HIV treatment and prevention, and more coming next year. Yeah, the HIV learning platform. So if you want to learn, they have a platform, the IS Plus that Daria was talking about earlier. And then the last slide. Next step, join our webinar on scholarship application. If you need the link, you can reach out to me. You can also apply for the AIDS 2026 scholarship, which is open. Check out IS Plus to get resources that you need if you're working around HIV prevention. Take advantage of the IS membership deal. They have a deal. If you pay 1 year's membership, you get 1 more year free. Then you subscribe to their newsletters to receive any other relevant information that they have for you. And that's it for me.
Surely, guys, I know we are tired, but come on, a better round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Keta. Thank you for the awesome work that you are doing, and thank you so much for having all of us here today. Now, I am just going to ask as one question that I would like us to ponder over, even as we head over for lunch. We've come here, we've had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful morning and now afternoon, talking about HIV and talking about addiction, recovery, and all that. What is going to be that one thing that you as a person are going to be able to do differently to ensure that, in as much as you're going to be talking about HIV going forward, or we're talking about drugs and substance abuse and the young people's involvement in that, what is your contribution to actually ensuring that, in as much as people could be experiencing this is how I get to shed light on it. This is the part that I get to play in creating safer, better world for every single young person out there. So tusitoke tu hapa, we came, we had a good time, we had good conversations, but I'd really, really honestly love to see our social medias talking about this today. I'd love to see a few posts up. I'd love us to see tagging Qatar. I'd love to see us tagging Shina CBO. I'd like to see us tagging IAS. Today, tafadhali, take some nice pictures. Hata kama uko umepiga, unaweza piga hata projector, I don't know. Some of the notes. Oh, we have a photographer here. Let's post those IG stories, Facebook stories, on LinkedIn, and wherever it is. Please ensure you also tag the speakers who are here. You can find out what their social media handles are as well, so that we just create the conversation, because we agree that it goes beyond these boardrooms, right? All right, thank you everybody for being amazing and for being awesome. All right, thank you everybody for being so amazing. That's it from me. I have been your host, Felicity Moody's. Feel free to follow me on social media and give me those monies for these gigs. But thank you everyone for being awesome. So yeah, karibu.
Hi, thank you everyone. Just a quick one. The theme for HIV 2025 is overcoming dispute and transforming the AIDS response. So the key highlights, it's historical funding, the crisis above the Trump issue, and then key aspect is sustainability and political leadership, international cooperation, and human rights centered method. So, and empowering youths among ourselves. So that is it for 2025 HIV. Let's meet on World AIDS Day, 1st December. Karibuni sana.
But before he talks about the logistical part, thank you for the online participants. Thank you so much for joining. This was a good learning experience for me. I hope you guys have learned as well. Then I think we're done, so you're free to leave at your own pleasure. Asanteni sana, and see you on the other side. Bye.
So hi everyone. For those people who are online, I hope everybody signed the attendance list, and Emmanuel will sort you guys on. Make sure you signed with your Safaricom lines. For those people who are attending physically, make sure you see me before you leave. Okay, thank you. Yeah.